Okay. Hi. I'm back at because it's still as in progress as possible. They are, of course, just as bad to the bone as always because no one's arrested them. Um, More stuff about being like from a brothel that's on crack and schizophrenic. um, Which I'm not sure there's, I mean, maybe there's such a thing in somebody's schizophrenia, but that likes children. The brothel on schizophrenia and meth and crack likes children. So that's where he's from. I'm gonna go out. Um, you know, uh, yes, thank you. That's nice. Since my mother is coming over to watch Ducks, and I'm gonna bring out the Colombian food. Coffee. The Colombian place have coffee also. The problem is like I'm horribly something. I think I'm horribly depressed that I think that off it just said because I look nice. Okay, I'm horribly depressed that I'm not like I'm not gonna be able like no matter what horrible depression. Yeah, that no matter what, I'm gonna be like still sitting here with that thing attacking me sexually and electrocuting me. Well, I'm horribly depressed. It's awful, but yeah, me uh, and then I can't get that I'm going to be assaulted by this filthy monster all night, and then it's still a day, and then I think that's what the whatever. Well, it's just it's never gonna end. Is it? Can I please just lay down? It's like invasion of the body snatchers. I'm exhausted. I don't know what to do. I called the police. You need to get these men out of my house and off the sexual assault device. Like I being electrocuted so badly, and then that thing is so hideously fondly, and it, like I mean electrocuted and it burns. It's like he says he's the riot police and he's discouraging reporting it. Well, he does. So, but like right now, it is so bad that if I'm sorry, was that? But it like, I don't know what it's doing. Okay, we're off camera. I'm like walking around the Dollar Tree on myself and with my cell phone, right? It's something normal, and it's like really, yeah, like don't grab it, don't grab it to crotch, as we would say. It is so bad. It is not. It is very, very there. I don't know what would happen if you could hook up a massage therapy device to what are you doing? Why am I like being electrocuted to like the point of hit by something that I'm really being assaulted 24/7? I don't know what actually is strong enough to generate, TENS therapy in the human body via magic or something, via electricity and your cell phone and a body scanner. But I don't know what I'm experiencing here, but it's absolutely hideous. I'm so incredibly upset that I'm not going to be able to lay down to sleep. Okay, there's no such thing as follow your crotch torture, where you and your friends electrocute me as any sort of legal argument. You're incredibly fondling on that thing. It's an incredibly bad fondler. I'm so upset that I'm not going to just be able to lay down, be alone in my house, alone walking down the street without being. And I don't know what the electrocution. And up with the spaceship, the magical carnival. Okay, you do have a magical spaceship electrocute you. The problem is there is like an actual I'm a big girl. That you're a serial killer or something more. Unfortunately, I've tried that. I've tried everything. Right? There is 6 months recorded. Ricola. don't chew and talk to me. I wouldn't be chewing and talking to you if you didn't do your job. You understand just fine. It's not that complicated. There is a man that actually has a sexual assault device. Um, Dude, I can't have you here. Here, we're on green couch. Okay. Next thing I know, there is literally a flipping Gravitron Rape Ghost app. That if you are on green couch, here is a lovely, I don't know, um, woman on the couch. What can we do with Rape Ghost app on the green couch with the woman sitting there reading the book in the library because she's holding a cell phone? I can scan her body and then I can go fondle, and ow, and okay, and fondle and up your scuff or something, and goose and all this other crazy stuff, and then for some reason the one fell over, and I got up and ran away and was like, hey, and it said something on my cell phone in like video game walkthrough because I was listening to my headphones. It said lick and lick the bunghole. It said lick the bunghole. It hurt and it was really scary and then it followed me. Do you think that's funny? But it did. Oh. You're incredibly graphic. I think you're reading like the parts that have sex stuff in them in the burning corset. You're extremely graphic. It's like, and then a bleep. Here, we'll do ad libs. Here's what you actually said on the thing. I'm listening to my headphones and I'm like being electrocuted and sexually assaulted. There's nowhere you can get away from it. If I go for one thing, I didn't have a car. No, unfortunately, you didn't do it through the entire year, so I didn't have a car. But like, you gotta be kidding me. Go back to Hooker Alley. Him. I'm not. Whatever Hooker Alley is not really. Yeah, like I don't know what all it is. You gotta get the kids away from. They're like schizophrenic on meth like these dudes. And nothing against Hooker Alley, but I'm not the problem. Well, you should say yes to Hooker Alley. Say yes to sex with the burning corset. Ow! You're narrating in dirty ad-libs. You said penis in vagina, children run around screaming, really explicit graphic parts. You then screamed, I like children, and punched me with something. Oh. I'm actually not insane. No, I'm completely sane. That's the problem. Also, you're like hitting me with like a car or something, like a car battery. I mean, hit with a car battery. Yeah, and I'm so depressed that like no matter what, I'm going to be like sexually assaulted. I don't know what to do. If I get in the car, I should probably go. You should go for a drive to what? I don't want you going to a place to hike or something. To go for a walk. I'm having trouble like sitting here down, going through like, why don't you go through your emails? So this is why I was deterring. I told you I didn't want that on the internet, and so you're not reporting it anymore. Okay, it's amazing somebody went along with this. So you need to get the sexual assailant off your cell phone. Yeah, right now, because it will not stop. You're flopping suggestively on the couch. Get away from the other person and their body with that thing. But I'm like having trouble concentrating. If I went to the library, it just fondled and it went back to fondling me. No matter what, I'm going to be fondled everywhere I go. And if I turn off my cell phone, it jumps to sort of, yeah, we're reliving our crimes where I kidnapped you. Well, you didn't go to your probation office visit that you reported every week to the monsters down in your infrastructure that apparently are just absolute white trash criminals sometimes. Well, it is absolutely ridiculous that the state of North Carolina and the state of Arkansas and then the Fed and Virginia, because it's so close. Infrastructure and legal system did all this. It's going to be more ridiculous because, of course, my evidence is created, and I'm a kidnapping victim. So the fact that I went to every single office, no, you cannot arrest me, okay? You disgusting, low-life, Meineke, schizophrenic, ratchet, retarded trash. As to anybody that, like, because that's actually what it is. The guy that actually, they weren't comfortable with him at Meineke because people were really uncomfortable making eye contact with him. Well, that's your fault. You could be, yeah, I think he was stung on drugs. Really, yeah, I mean, it was a weird dude for Meineke. And now it's here, and it lives off of Capitol Boulevard with who no one would run around with these men. Do you realize how ridiculous that is? It's been these men all throughout. I mean, I don't know what is in the infrastructure. Like, if it turns out to what qualifies urban decay, whatever businesses are down in the downtown area that are actually urban decay businesses. You know, like, what is an urban decay business? If you went into public sector, and then who is actually in here? What would the urban decay be out of? And is it? I think that was urban decay from like the generation a little bit before, or a period before. It then follows you around. You know, it would like to throw bugs. It talks about throwing bugs and being a rape ghost. So there's a rape ghost app that's absolutely hideous. Yeah, and the men on it are so incredibly creepy and filthy here. Really? Yeah. Believe it or not, well, it just is. Did it knock you unconscious? Like, you fall down, and I think you just called and went to sleep at 3 a.m. anywhere. I don't know. You don't know? Maybe you have schizophrenia. They don't have schizophrenia. No, they have schizophrenia. I think I'm just falling asleep. Like, no matter where you go, it's like fondling you. No. The corner is farther away from where it fondles. I'm just asleep on top of the sleeping bag with my butt up because it's 3 a.m. when I start recording, because this man has no sense of time and space. And I don't know what my body does at 3 a.m. I'm not, it's a schizophrenic man on drugs working on night shift or something. And so, like, at 3 a.m, which I'm not, and you'd be working on night shift somewhere normal. So actually, I think I'm just I just put the non ever used bath mat. Yeah, like I just bought it on top of whatever other pile of rags of some sort, because I need an exercise mat, and like a sleeping bag, because it's so bad, the man assaulting me, and it's like punching me in the head. Probably because I changed my phone number and my address a whole bunch. Even though I'm peacefully staying in the same place for years, but recently, you're screaming at the top of your lungs that those things, there has never been a lower bunch of white trash. You can't come in and just like have urban decay schizo rat party in here. Because that has nothing going on as far as anything done and said in the urban decay schizo rat pervert party. You can't sex offend. You can't offend. You can't be Fondly McFondly's, medical services from the hood or something. I mean, it's just illegal. It happens. It would happen anywhere. You can't be running like, I'm not sure. You can't be running, prisoners people are running that, and sometimes it is the prisoner's fault. I could see that, really. Or of course. Well, that was Poe. Not Huda. But find the Huda Von Duda, like, that's a crack rat from the hood that's retarded. So everybody just goes, okay, whatever. And then quite obviously, it was just on Think Tank and that story. And no, they're not on Think Tank. It's my Think Tank. Huda, you're out of here. You're off Think Tank also. You're off Think Tank. Think Tank as long as it's appropriate. And then there's some people that aren't allowed to be talking about 14-year-old girls and boys. Which Captain Schizophrenia, which is an urban decay creature, That's a very schizophrenic man actually talking. Are you sure, my dear? No, that's a schizophrenic. Whatever's there is there, and I don't care. I live here. Well, that could happen if you were a prostitute. And let me tell you, you can't school any. Nobody is doing anything except for you. Well, I don't have to deal with that. You owe me every single person. You owe me like life in prison. The entire crack hood legal system. Every single one of you owes me life in prison for all this. Because I reported it every single week. That's correct. That's called like an arrest point. If you don't arrest somebody you're lying to commit a crime. You understand the evidence is created, which is a problem, and you understand, but they could be in distress. That's a crack hood rap, really. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Really, you understand the Rape Ghost Act. It's unfortunately not a good thing, and rats are pretty hood, really, as far as nature. Their nature. This guy wants to make a point. Like, yeah, they look scary. Rats look scary. I don't know what they did. They gave us all the plague. We died. They were cured before that. They might just hang out in garbage. I mean, for little miskas that are cute, normally the rats are weird. And they're dirty here. Like they're incredibly. Apparently, you can't allow Todioto has his stuff in here. I'm just depressed. I'm not going to be. Well, you don't get to like. You're supposed to be in a mental hospital for shouting and talking back to a Huda. That's correct. In Huda's dystopian hierarchy of rat shit, that is the lowest a legal system could possibly fall to. And as far as an incredibly dangerous crap, that's incredibly criminal and offending. No. That's why you're off. Anybody who's a felon is off think tank. Maybe, unless, I mean, if you want to go on and on in front of the police, that goes for you, Lee. That's why you should. Because the police are actually extremely important and can do something. So for the police have just sounded, I don't care about raping children. I mean, that's my stuff in here. And going through your crap. And my stuff is where I have a, but this is where I do this in here. Well, my burglary business is in here. And sexual abuse business is in here. And they said it can't be in here. There's no such thing as a burglary and sexual abuse business. Have we heard anything from anybody who's protesting where they actually have a business? But for some reason, these guys are actually operating out of a thing. The infrastructure in the library says the rape ghost is just, they're also the rape ghost. We'll have to be going to a different library. Yeah, except the rape ghost is not following me on my cell phone. I tried to get a new cell phone account. You're fundraising against Huda. You would never do that. Well, I have to monitor those, I think. Are you sure? You just a boss of YouTube likes, huh? I mean, I cannot imagine. Why would anybody hack something to block YouTube likes? I mean, there's just, then what is actually the physical application of one moron called another moron to block YouTube likes and where? And then how does that work? And then the other guy on the other end of you calling or doing something to block, what does that person want to say? Since you talk to someone else into doing something for you. In this case, helping to cut a woman who was reporting you for every class A, incredible amounts of crime. You were Otis Toole conspiring to kidnap. You are online predatory. You are sitting around, you're blocking Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube likes, and you're sitting around stalking women and children, apparently men and boys, on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, where you are, excuse me, I'm talking pretty articulately or fine, considering. The other guy is wearing his spaghetti and just so badly through the entire thing, all of them. Nobody here is not wearing their spaghetti, like absolutely ridiculously, as far as anything done and said. They might not be Where in the halls of the infrastructure is your actual like legal system? All that story is his fault. Magical Pipe Sewer Wars. Now it's Super Mario Pipes, and they're attacking you from all different parts of like a globe or something. No. I'm being like electrocuted. He sits there and like your entire time you sleep. Really? Yeah, you're like, okay, so you have to sleep on this couch because it's actually in your house now. Okay? You have to sleep on this couch because it's actually in your house. Okay. I'm gonna have to go sleep somewhere else on the couch. I tried, so you just go and falling asleep in a chair, and while you're sitting in a chair curled up, and you managed to find a place where it can't sexually assault you with like pulse therapy, intense therapy, and electrocution. We think it is actually knocking you people out, really, because but finally I fall asleep. So that as soon as I can feel it like fondling me, it wakes me up because I can't let it fondle me because it like it's getting way too fast fondling. The some of them I'm sleeping in fits because somebody might have just gone in like they got tired, fell asleep, and like went to the back. The thing has turned like my house into like a electrocution and play with yourself like orgy of these disgusting schizophrenic men who you can hear talking. It's like absolute hostage situation of rape on these men and cell phone stalking. Well, it's just this. He's talking about penises constantly on the thing. You're like falling asleep, and you can hear the guy talking. And the penis goes in the hole, oh, and it's warm and wet and soft and sucky, soft penis rubbing on and thighs and erection and cut. Okay, well, you were actually gonna say that. You do that 24/7 while the person sleeps. What are you doing? I don't know. And then you're extremely domestically abusive. You're extremely abusive. And the bitch is going to do that there 24/7. And then, I know this is just a pulse therapy device from Walgreens. There's like a tense therapy device. And then I'm being electrocuted with something to do with cars, I swear. Then the car stalls every time I'm driving down the street. And then finally, and then you're attacking like the inside of my bladder or something actually insane. The thing actually found an ovary, really, because it's some kind of gynecological act. So it's like touching. It's in like inside of your body. Everything is burning. It's not burning. It's like electrocution. It's the most and grounding. It's the most hideous thing. If I die from it, that a man has ever done or said. The incredible film of the what did you do to the American legal system by bringing these animals into it? I was told to arrest the child sexual assailant, and the device is using the same on children as you. Well, I think that's funny. Oh, yeah, I would mock that. Well, I'm allowed to congregate in the county courts and jails and do this. No, you're not, you schizophrenic freak. You monster. And this is not a venue to follow women into the house and argue either. This has been the conversation like throughout the entire thing with all the men in Wake County in this story also. Look, Tony says that they're allowed to do that in there. Which is stuff in there. He's allowed to follow people in the houses. Whatever is on the other end of the rape Ghost Act, which has been around forever, is the worst rapist in the history of America. No. You'd be dead if it was in the room with you. Oh, it always is. You've been doing it 24/7. Unfortunately, it's like, I said that, he's narrating like, he's a food shit man, too. Really. And he's licking belly buttons. He is licking. Well, that was a poo. I have to poo. When he says that, he calls him the food shit man. And licking belly buttons, burning, and I'm being beaten to death. But I can't get away from it. Will you go do that, Miss Casper? I'll talk about it if Annetta wants to take you off watch. Because in Annetta can put people on watch. You have to watch whatever you Really, yeah, there has been a lifetime of crime on your part, on part of the state services. Well, did you try to do anything to be on watch? No. Oh. Well, why would they have, you make a beeline for nice communities because you're criminals and things you hit, and then you just move in and there's like these marauding nests of something. That's all I've been on the phone with. That are extremely dangerous and low class and different. I think there's some kind of employee. Of the state. Like I want to get it off of me and definitely stop aiming it at the inside of my pelvis or whatever the hell you're doing. Okay, I need this thing not doing this. He just won't stop doing it. It's like as nasty as possible. It's simply as like, as far as I can tell, you need to turn me off in my house. No, it would be the same if there's a man sitting on the couch, as opposed to I'm going to go over to the man on the couch and then aim the thing at what I mean. Who the hyper focus story again from yesterday? As far as I could see, you just won't stop doing it, and the guy that is coming through the heavy breathing is like the just unbelievably dangerous bunch of men. But I mean, like I lay down somewhere for a second. But yeah, my body doesn't function like that at 3 o'clock in the morning. It just lays down and goes back to sleep because I'm so tired. And as soon as, would you again? No, that's aiming at the inside of the woman's body, like in their pelvis. Again, you always aiming at the crotch. No, it's not grounding; it's crotch. You always like if I lay down, you immediately just like if you lay down. I mean, you're laying down. Okay, there's now a lady and then her butt is there. Really, yeah, she lives on a green couch and laying down on a green couch. Uh-oh. It goes right for the just the lady's butt. Right? Yeah. And it's like bing bing or blah 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 blah. It's absolutely awful. It gooses you. Well, I have people that I don't know why they actually need to do that. I don't know what you could possibly stick up your lady parts or bum, but it's a concern that they actually have somebody to bend over and cough guy. Yeah. It's always been done like that, but it's too naked almost. It's just too naked. It's up concern. You're not allowed to use it in any way. But I mean, okay, so get off the couch. Let's say it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You ever seen that movie? It's awful. They can't fall asleep. If they fall asleep, the aliens take over their bodies and they come back pod people. Oh. I'm trying to remember the old one. They're like growing pod people in a lab. If you fall asleep, you die, and then they replace you with the pod people. So they're bringing in their special. But you can't fall asleep. It's awful. I mean, you fall asleep for a little bit. Well, that's why I'm not driving. I go drive. There's not. It's just I'm driving to the grocery store and stuff. But I'm not driving. You're not supposed to drive if there's something weird going on, or if there's any sort of intoxicant involved. I live right downtown. I'm going to go up to the grocery store. Get some groceries and just go for a walk. That's true. We can walk up to downtown. My parents' house is very nearby. I can quickly get to where they are. County road something again. He hit me in the head as soon as I woke up this morning. Just like, I mean, I'm really, really being beaten. The car, it was like riding back from Vegas was taking packed, and the damn thing, the entire thing has been. It like always is on these good people. But they are so incredibly rough. You need to get these animals out of everything. This bad. They're unfortunately this part of Urban Decay is just there to really seriously commit crime. I think. It is everywhere, isn't it? It has like a rape. The rape device friend is a problem on your people. Like you have a friend that does this, that you think he's just cool beans, and you run around with him. Whenever we're in out of your groups are really, really look. I mean, they're Beastie and Jack the Ripper, and nobody else does any of this stuff. I don't care if you and Mr. Filthy Penguins from Corrections or something do something, but you're not allowed to. You're in the county courthouse where people with MBAs work. And like that's correct. In the entire community, that goes for the. I don't care if you're here on night shift. So actually, is the, various other things going by. That's why you do sometimes engage in the. As various ages. The EMTs work all night. The hospital staff works all night. People delivering things, sometimes working on the highways. There's lots of people on. They get up at like the dead of night. The people that just had a baby. People get up at the dead of night. It turns into produce delivery time. Truck drivers drive all night. But I mean, it's not. I have no reason to be up in the middle of the night. Nor do I want to be. There's security. It's not a good idea. That's great. That's going. Are we going over to somebody's house after the pub? Okay, that's probably not good. I see. It's hot. Okay. Exactly, which is why taking the driver's license away is a problem. Sorry, the fan is loud. I need to sit here. Here's the app on my phone. Like I'm having, so you're being beaten and sexually assaulted so badly because he wants to use it as a crowd deterrent. He's saying that you're having trouble going through your Walmart shopping list. Pretty much. Which you usually I'm just fine with. I don't know why. You're stupid. I'm not stupid. Not that exciting, but oh, okay. Well, it's just I'm looking at the Amazon catalog. Nor is it that time consuming. Well, that's correct. The Amazon catalog's fun. So I think it's okay done. It's well done. But I mean, it's not that. But I'm having trouble. It's quite easy. Yeah, they can do it if it works. It's a catalog. He has to supervise that. To the Amazon catalog. Yeah, but I'm happily sitting here flipping through the online things that are not. But it requires a little bit of concentration because it involves money. So I got a whole shopping cart here. Oh, a second grocery list. I do slightly need stuff. I don't think I do. Right. Immune support dietaries. Need some nasal masks. Wait for air. Sometimes the story I doesn't even have the muscle mass. So you're sitting here watching this with me. Because I can feel my throat closing up from being screaming. No, the screaming it just happens because the thing is sexually assaulting you and assaulting yourself. It's just it fumbles the entire time, like while you're standing up at work. It is so like you're standing up. It's a little harder for it to like just go try to rape you. But it's just fondling. You're wearing headphones. Why are you listening to this song? I don't care why you're listening to this song. They're like, yeah. The problem is you're beating, bludgeoning, electrocuting me with some kind of, and you're so well that deters them. The thing is, you do this again, where by the time you show up to deter, I've reported it as appropriately as possible everywhere. So you end up doing this in front of the entire legal system. Which what you do is you run around with mentally retarded, schizophrenic, 300-pound guys that say they're from Hooker and Crack Alley, that must be the corrections workers, and commit all this bizarre crime and say you get to. I don't care why. You just run around, which you didn't have the electrocution device, so I would just leave you on. You've been as public as possible with all your crimes, which are incredibly serious crimes. I'm very sorry you want this out of your house right away, but police felt they had, you're full of it. All the police that felt they had a right to use the sexual assault device or the stalking device, what in the case with Miss Casper's case is between Miss Casper and not the Wake County Courthouse anymore, which those men need to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Or always you're fired and you have to go to probation for Class A felony kidnapping and undermining of the legal system. Nightphone has to resign for wrongful arrest. Then he has to be charged with sexual assault rape, gang rape, pedophilia, uh, kidnapping with classic felony sexual abuse, robbery, carjacking, being absolute the lowest white trash, schizophrenic retard possible. Whoa. You have an accent, lady. Well, yeah, Atlanta does that. We all know that guy. You're just supposed to avoid him or something. You work. There is nowhere. So you found. I found a part of town that is so dirty. You can bury bodies in the dirt there, and keep them prisoners in dungeons and buy the children because they're that crazy. And then you can sell the children for money, and then you can be a pimp. That's what a pimp is, lady. The guy that pimp regulates children selling. And you even would think that was okay. Sometimes the pimp got to get a little bit rough with the ladies. Um, no, the pimp is not. Well, that's not good. I don't care. Get the hell away from me on that thing. But it's the lady, so you can't sit down practically to like work on your email list or something because the man is electrocuting you so badly. But yeah, and you're going to have to spend a night again, as opposed to walking down the street, going to the grocery store, uh, resting or something. My sister monitor what they do in that. Okay, I'm not allowed to monitor what. I don't know where else there's something going on where you have actual live people or foster children or kids in juvie. But yeah, for the most part, juvie's like a home placement. We don't actually know what you're talking about. If it can be, like they're supposed to be monitored. Well, you lady, that's correct. Sometimes it's just there at the like unwashed masses, which are or the mass being unwashed or something. And there's no reason to touch the other guy or be interacting with the other guy, and it doesn't work. And the state is there, he's interacting with them instead. Because it came in that it's got anything under the sun going on, which is actually different out of the county courts and jails than anything. Thanks to our wonderful, they would disrespect the hard work and merit system of the lowest criminal state that could ever exist. He is raping a fifth grader with an electronic tracking device or something is a problem on a cell phone. How is the electronic tracking device? They have a body scanner, it can electrocute you. It can create enough because gang rape John Wayne, the beast pig Gacy, said no to investigating further and instead kept the community in a lockdown of sexual abuse and domestic violence so hideous that no monster behind a desk or group of monsters, like an occupying force for crime, because Toledo was determined to keep the lockdown under the psychotic state of the Huda Sewer Von Duda insanity. Just you, lady, because I was told not to interact with the case anymore. I was told not to even open this when it showed up on the Toledo desk in Cary. We were going to make a stand in suburbia for schizophrenic men that want to stalk and sexual abuse and kidnap with discredited evidence. I was even told to strong arm enforce because people can get rough with law enforcement when they make decisions as to whether or not to stop the sexual assault because you are actually being assaulted. Yeah, of yourself and the children or something they're talking about because they are actually sexual assaulting children, which is hideous. You lady are so stupid. That's why you shit stain of the swastika of the lowest idiot to ever speak. The great Huda. Oh, I get it. Don't redefine with the sewer of a moron. So low. Because our great Huda the overlord. Really? Yeah. Doe, the overlord, will talk to us about that. Maybe people, they can't say no to the beast incarnate of crime. Huda's, the overlord's law. Huda, I needed you not committing a crime at the Casper's house. or on a minute by day moment basis. Because gang rape, the John Wayne, the animal beast Gacy, the lowest group of animals to ever congregate, enforced completely, turning, I'm sorry, Rape House, John Wayne, the Beast Pig Gacy, ownership of the swastika of the lowest non-existent environment that could ever exist. Because John Wayne, the animal gang rape Gacy, turned it like into his slave farm. Under the infrastructure of the swastika of the lowest domestic abusers, sexual abusers, and criminal infrastructure that could possibly happen. Because of the freak crime. You can't buy Miss Kathy to sexually abuse Day and not in her story. He wants to buy sold rights to the child on the couch to sexually assault them with sexual assault device. Well, I make a political cartoon of you, that the swastika of the beast of jurisdiction, and the incredible lowness of whatever was hanging out in the court system, where every single judge, every adult in charge, every court system employed, the entire white trash infrastructure of the lowest order has to be removed and prosecuted to the fullest. We know you felt day one that America had to fight back against the most, that could be a threat, the swastika of the lowest, bringing the lowest man. Animals so criminally evil and low in the communities that instead our incredibly low society has harbored. You demanding like the entire legal system of the Huda Von Sewer it do this company. The whole company's got to go immediately, like right now. Yeah, pretty much. The whole thing. All the hood rat nests got to go. They are not like, they can't be loose in the community. Whatever's going on with corrections down there can in fact act like it is the most hood schizophrenic rat hole in the history of hood schizophrenic rat hole. Well, maybe it is. Not really. It's everybody. Then you're not in charge completely of the hood schizophrenic rat hole. Well, it's not like a spa. He said you would treat it like a spa. Okay, I did all that in front of the entire world. Is that a problem? I sat there and I watched children in the shower and then I beat them and raped them and played with myself and told them that that was like my penis going in their vagina while I masturbated them with a goddamn electronic truck round. You did do that a bit in your story. You did that a lot. That is what you do in the shower. But you are like the most motivated and determined group of men that could ever happen. And like I said, yeah, I followed a guy around. No, I followed him around for 2 months, and that's when, did you see him? No, I can hear him. That's when he acted. They could be you, Lee. No, that's just really what you say about following people around. Well, this belongs to an urban decay schizophrenic vampire. The Huda it pops out of the thing. I don't know if you can represent whatever the hell your idiot trash is doing over here. These people that are in the infrastructure or have to be removed for crime. Because there's some kind of urban decay company coming out of the infrastructure that is ridiculous. My parents called the police. Everybody called the police. There is not one person that likes you or would run with you or that does not know what you are. They run in all the things that are functional outside of you, and they just simply cannot get, and then they don't actually know how incredibly bad you are. But you are so incredibly filthy. There has never been a lower. The swastika of the lowest man to ever congregate is the only acceptable not allowed in here, but it's totally, I mean, to say a police officer, what, Detective Pate? The thing went steroid like, hood monster. Mr. Mendez went, I mean, that's a lot of ego out of Mr. Mendez and no brain. You're doing what out of Detective Pate? It's also 3 times the size of anything we've ever seen. And it's male and it's psychotic. That is a lot of it's a lot of ego. Well, that's how cool Mr. Mendez is. Okay, well, maybe it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Mendez. Okay. I mean, who is this man again, and why is he here? Why is he running loose? I mean, I don't. They're supposed to have been verified that they got. Well, you ladies should be more responsible. Yes, because Huda is a sexual abuse disciplinarian. Well, what else is the Huda it supposed to do it here? Well, you weren't good enough for that there. Okay? It's not good enough for Huda it. These are actually very, very. The problem is the guy saying that, he's not actually, you think he was like, oh, okay, this is the American infrastructure. Have you heard tell of that? He's sort of like, well, last night, what is the person telling you? Make sure to find out immediately who the person is. That's just some guy is saying that is very low functioning behavior. Yeah, that is not the King of France or Queen of France or something. That is just a schizophrenic taxi driver son that's high on drugs that wants to rape somebody. I mean, that is a low-class schizophrenic, very dangerous man or thing. Well, that could be another country, not suburban America, but Huda. Yes, Huda. The Huda Von Duda character is not made up. Will ply his wares. Apparently the 12-year-olds and the 19-year-olds have nothing to do with Huda Von Sewer if Duda. Well, just no. Why would this is a late adolescent boarding school a bit, okay? And that's not that exciting. The late adolescent boarding school part of the school has no reason to have anything other than like this guy's like a master builder, so he's over teaching or he got the proper certification. He's our guy we buy Volvos off of. It's a very nice middle-aged man that lives in Cary. No, he lives in Cary now. It's close to his, and repairs Volvos and has a Volvo dealership where you can get a great price on like a Volkswagen Beetle. Runs for quite well. Okay, so he has his certification, so he's happily teaching. Yeah. The trainer for Meineke is in also working at Wake Tech, which means instead you have, which would bring us what? We'll go get a job from Meineke then. I'll do this again here if I want to. How many Meineke trainers are there out there? Well, we actually use those. So this belongs to Sid down here. You can't touch it to their computer card. Will you watch out for those kids? I cleaned them up. Kind of, really. I don't really know what that means, but that could be. It's not the trainer from Meineke. We asked, or we know for sure. We've always done that in here. You, for the most part, have always done like almost nothing and something in here. It's just you do it with. It's like the same looking guy. We have to make sure they're actually certified enough. They just go and actually get the training from Meineke. We asked. So you can be good enough for that. I'm not sure they're going to like your tattoo. They're probably sexist with that, but I don't know. You probably your skill level can get through all the well. That's lots of skill level. Can get through all the work, and should be able. But he's got to like screen for coffee, tea, and me that is so sexist. Nothing has ever been a lower class of man either doing such a thing. No, to think of what the animal does. Apparently the admissions groups have got to go. Right. That's correct. Like my grades, if I went to nursing school, would be well. That's why I do that. They say that, but that's not the case. They still have to have HUDA's prerequisites. HUDA, the most disgusting pedophile in the history of the human race. Well, you do. That is what that thing was. Yeah. It is the worst sexual abuser, domestic abuser, and the lowest Dickensian crackhood rat from the beast of filth. Good Lord! Why would electrocute them if they would get so angry? Because he slithered the sewer of a tinfoil swastika of the dirty urban decay animal. But they're not allowed to say no to you going to graduate school. What if you have these legal problems that didn't even happen, basically? Because you did nothing wrong. Then HUDA marginalized actually most of North Carolina, which no, we're not relating to in a goddamn, because the swastika of the shit stain of the lowest men to ever get out of anything dared to say no to people who had done pretty much perfectly in all MBA programs and college programs. But instead, well, why didn't there? Because there was a HUDA schizophrenic rat sewer nest in here instead. So there's a schizophrenic hood rat nest, and the men do nothing but sexually abuse and domestically abuse, as opposed to the proper infrastructure out of these absolute lowest urban decay hood rats as a group. That somebody let the lowest urban decay hood rats in. No, then that's actually correct. Go and check the North Carolina college system. I'm very sorry I do that, but I just don't feel people are smart enough to compete with me and my money in here. There's like a thing with like the special sauce, okay, HUDA, which is actually a legal system around. Not HUDA is abusing here because HUDA feels you need to get the worst, the swastika of an animal. Well, they can hurt a HUDA in here. This does belong to the lowest sexually abusive and domestically abusive and criminal urban decay sewer rat that could possibly congregate as a nest that just guts everything and steals. But is it or is it true? No, do I have any interpersonal? Well, they can have interpersonal problems with HUDA for reporting with the shit stain of the swastika of the lowest employees. The infrastructure employees of the North Carolina college system. Is it like Zeke and HUDA again? Why is Zeke and HUDA in there? You know, that's actually correct. So you would have a law degree if you had been able to go to law school. Yeah, and I'm quite good at law school, and you're actually in the library not to get beaten and robbed and fondled and then followed home from the library. We don't make yourself so hot. It actually applies to people. Well, you're not just good enough to read. You can't even read. Well, actually, you can have something that it has to do completely with the infrastructure of the owners of our school system, the sewer animal, the ugliest, dirtiest, and lowest mankind has ever got something at. The great Wilbur Whitehead, the freak of pedophilia, the owner of our education system. The lowest man to ever congregate. That's my thought. It's on the beans also. Well, you're all of whatever this thing is doing in this half closed down building that he's charging $20,000 for per who to say that about, and then there's just a lot. He's sexually abusing and domestically abusing, and we can't even the man. No, that goes for all of the schools. Since he turned this from a private school, public school into a private school, let that go down. Well, maybe I don't like competing. I don't know what that means, but everybody reports your urban decay is epic, and there's nothing there. Also, HUDA won't let you go to school, and we don't know what that was. No, I didn't get stoned and wander off from the couch. Maybe once at work, really, and then I went back. Actually, the thing itself was organized enough, and I'd also gone and worked for Publix or McDonald's or something or Starbucks over the summer, and had gotten into a swing of things. Because there's stuff I want. That's my infrastructure. It is a place for HUDA to create a world. Actually, that's my infrastructure to use to get job skills. In that case, as a late adolescent, So because you're going to rag on him on not having any college degrees whatsoever. Why don't these men have any college degrees whatsoever? When it hit him in the face with that, because they could threaten. What in this story is a urban decay criminal infrastructure that is schizophrenic and under a great thing that looks like a Wilbur Whitehead and appears to be Doe Applewhite of Colonel Sanders' pedophilia. And it's a piggy pie kind of looking thing. And we think it comes from Colonel Sanders, Tennessee. It hangs out with the Zeke that looks like, it's got like the glasses and it's the white piggy pie truck as you're driving and stuff. I agree. And they've got the glasses and they're going to head off to their kind of mean people's church. They actually just said guy at the church you can't babysit anymore. And his ex-wife got a restraining order. Since they're all single men that are divorced that live alone. And the Zeke Pegler head con looks a little more like, a naked than really. Okay. Looks a little more red-blooded male, so it's probably not going to, kindergarten cop just goes and gets the female kindergarten teacher. For some reason, this guy, it was that important for this guy that this one filthy son of a bitch. I mean, it's just an epic, absolutely no reason why Peter would be in there. They steal a lot. Well, Wilbur is the best for education. I could even be at the vet school. There's a vet school, we think. Who's way? Well, it takes people from everywhere. Do you want to go to vet school? It was a little hard to tell in all this. Really, yeah. You actually, I think, are having such a problem, and somebody might have listed your, I don't know what was going on with the school system, but it was hideous. We were watching it in the background with her. Also, I've never seen anything as psychotic as what is happening. Sometimes. As what literally that truck and that white now which turned into Pegler head Smee SUV glasses and the red tractor. They're heading towards the school system. That's the Stanford. Nobody does any of this stuff. You're correct. You told people I was a shoplifter. Otherwise, work is fine. Well, we want to be in work and we want to do our domestic violence cycle here also. That could be. I could care less about the other person because that person is not you do this stuff with competing women and stuff like that. Maybe the other person does not care about me. There's lots of for some reason working next to the holistic grocery store stuff makes you hotter. So there's going to be at least 5 other people that are very nice looking. So and there's your husband is not here, your boyfriend is not here. You're here for 6 hours. You're in a pleasant environment because it attracts customers. You lady, you unlike yourself are not so unpleasant you can't be in the environment. Right. Ew, that guy. And while you're shouting that at other people, can you really blame the other guy for that? No. Are you doing anything that you are? You really aren't using the facilities properly. Also, you should go to the hospital and get. You had to go to the hospital. They had to take you. People don't want their children fondled by a cell phone or sexually abused. The person is sleeping on her couch in the library. If you lay on the couch face down, then I will think that I can come over and have sex with something on the couch. Okay, so it's not your library, so you're forced to sit up. Which is what you were saying, which you've maintained for 18 months. And you're just done. You can't maintain anymore. No. I mean, you're going to have to, but you're not actually sure you're going to wake up alive tomorrow. Because the incredible amount of horror and suffering and crime, nothing but crime, every single thing done and said that you've endured. And the incredible amounts of crime and the ridiculously bad criminals and infrastructure I could not immediately just call and get the criminals arrested in relation to. So, and that's my check-in. I'm going to leave it on. There's plenty of stuff to do around here. I'm a little broke. I would be sitting here working on how donations work instead. And he doesn't want you working on the Facebook and Instagram page. He's working on getting it taken down. He said no a little bit. You cannot report this anymore. Yeah, well, I said no to this. You have to stop working on this. I don't think that's how it works, though. Enough with the smoking. Enough with the sexual assault of children. You stop it right now, and you need to go to the hospital. Ew. And not ew. You're going to prison for the rest of your life for, well, I don't know. Oh. You need to go to the hospital and get some Irish Spring or something. Also, body wash, and then go meet a nice lady, meet a lady in your meetup group.
Here, don't challenge him. Well, challenge him not to do it. I mean, should I leave my phone behind? Like, nothing's gonna happen. And see if I can escape the fumbling and the electrocution. What if I need that for something? I could try just turning it off and not listening to music. I want to do my online. You can't follow me. I want to do my online for the for Chantix, the smoking pill. That actually helps. Maybe I'll do it first. I'll do it first. But I'm going to use my phone. Right now. Do that. I'm so incredibly. I'm so incredibly like I don't know what to do. Oh, I have no idea. Your fault. It's your fault. I sound like a foreign exchange student somewhere in that. I really don't mean to. I think it's just accidental and like something slightly from living in like um, Singapore for so long. It's not very nice. Stop making fun of me. Like I'm so badly beat up. I don't know what to do. Um, I'm just. What do I do? I can't like handle any more than rape app attached to my phone and internet. No, I can't. It's got to go to jail right now. These men can't do this. I don't know what to do. This? Yep, that's true. I should probably do it now before I go. Um, yeah. Listen, the nicotine patches too. I can see how much I have Money I have left. I can do both things at once, though. So I think I'm gonna do that instead. I could try to sew on my sewing machine. So I already cloth into the Amazon curtains I bought. I think I might do that one at home. And then I can put, because I do help a bit. The thing where I had the old phone, he kept saying this is how bad the new phone is. I bet a lot of people are experiencing this. Like I watched him jump to the, again I said that to like the I watched him jump to the like the bank teller or something. The bank teller's like, what in the heck? I'm gonna kill you. Maybe you. Is that yours? We're in Vegas. Does it got anything to do with you? Because that's not okay. Well, he just says this is how bad it is with the cell phone because I had another cell phone. That one is a trap phone, and I use it for email accounts also. But you can take the battery out of that, so it's completely and it was so bad. It got so bad at some point. Like I really think these men broke into the house or something weird is what I thought. I know maybe you can get on. He probably can get on the neighbor's cell phone account. Really, yeah, which is really creepy. If the neighbors have kids or somebody's, the neighbors were grandparents again. The neighbors across the street, we knew them. They were friends with my mom and dad, and they were very nice girlfriends. But they have a lovely, they're the younger grandparents, and they have lovely little children and grandchildren. I don't know, the man's hyper focus vigilance or something is correct. Okay, it stays at hyper focus vigilance too. I'm not anything I'm for some reason that into ladies on the green couch or on couches or something in my brain and body. This thing stays it doesn't stop. Well, it's a very bad conflicts of interest. It's especially a conflicts of interest, like who does, and then it's a failed state. If they're wandering over to the 16-year-old and the 16-year-old's trying to say no here, can the 16-year-old say no? Or the 15-year-old, or just something's going really, and there's lots of people around, as to people who could offend and not be accountable, or could interact. And it's sort of it's a very dark alleyway to run, as opposed to an accountable situation like they're a dark alleyway you can't leave. What is going on? Hold the blaze 24/7.
normal. How bad is the assault going on in the background of whatever? Because the guy experiencing it, I'm like being electrocuted to death since February recording this. You have to carry it's against the law. We actually, do none of you have any actual legal system thing you're following over here? There's actually in the legal system no such thing as jurisdiction. Well, it's just literally you're not following a legal system thing. That's what my brain was saying, and that's correct. If you break the law, you have to get arrested in America, especially if it's felony crime. It's like this core tenet of the law. It actually says that we can't have anything going on behind closed doors with all appropriate boundaries. That is felony crime. All things that are against the law are bad enough. And if you actually look, it is actually saying, at some point somebody was saying, for the most part, your jurisdiction stuff doesn't exist. It exists enough if it has a purpose and it's sane. It would never be allowed to be used to commit a crime, which you've used it as nothing but, and I've reported it over and over and over again. You have sparkle stickers on your face? The sparkle stickers are staying because I'll show you what's needed. They're way too easy to use. They're, my heart is sideways. They're just little cute eye makeup stamps that the other end was an eyeliner that was on clearance, that was on sale. I think they're just on sale because it actually had gone off sale, so it's not like crunchy or anything. So I think you're going to be a grown up with little heart stickers. Yes. Okay. It was actually kind of a decent quality brand. So I like the heart stickers that I'm going to end up wearing. The other end's an eyeliner. Oh my gosh, look at the red-winged blackbirds. Well, that's what I'd say. You're not even appreciating why are you here, bub? That's correct. The guy that talks about I went to show you my penis and my hairy thigh and also to children is not the guy that's responsible for the fact that you are looking at anything that's functional whatsoever. He won't give his name and anything about him, and that's not appropriate with the children thing, to say the least. Epstein. Or a man that actually lives in, I don't care. You are not the Queen of France. You don't really. So I plan to be a rapist because I've got nothing to offer. Because you're Otis Toole and nobody does as what in the world are you talking about? This absolute hyper inflated everything state. You have no inhibitions. There is no right or wrong whatsoever. There is not a law in whoever's on speakerphone, which is the same men who have been on, in your case, your perps all throughout, which is horrible, which is unbelievable since I've reported it to everybody on planet Earth. I get it. I need to shut it down now. Really, yeah, the whole nonsense is all shut down. And it's, you just need to be able to lay down in your bed, sleep. Which you don't. At night, we know that people go in their bedrooms, close the door, go in their bathrooms, and sleep. And I'm alone in my house, and there's no one on my cell phone. I'm saying I'm doing this because she continued to break the law by reporting me, which is why Tony Edo took her in for mental health there, and it was over, lady. You need to get over it. Okay, well, if you said that, I plan to get on here to say something, but somehow I ended up doing this instead. Which I don't think I should have done this exactly. And then that guy ran off. So if we're going to do this on here, then that's not going to work out. I don't know. And there's no such thing as breaking up a crowd control. That's like crowd control. I don't think there's any such thing as cutting phone lines here. Just because the police, it's worrisome the police act has it because somebody else could get it. However, you're just so efficiently blocking and screening phone calls is a great, could be used for crime. It is here and anywhere else. It's used for crime also. What could happen?
Okay, I'm heading out the door. I'm gonna leave it on in case serial killers come in. Oh, a baby marsh hen. What a great little bird. Oh. Or what an interesting bird. It's actually gorgeous too. That is cute. Their little tails when they're babies are like rounded and they go up and down, man. Oh, hi, Mr. Birdie. Oh, what a wonderful bird. And there's red-winged blackbirds everywhere. Yeah. I would be absolutely fine except for this. I would just be completely ordinary. I'd be going to bed since 9:30. And then sleeping for 8 hours, laying down, and then getting up in the morning and going to do stuff. Normal stuff. No, and I'm calling the police. Is there any way to kill you? I'm calling the police. No. Which I did, and this man that just is still at large doing this, which is absolutely ridiculous. There's no such thing as this. No, there's no such thing as any of the stuff you did, which is why all of you have to be taken into custody because of how badly all of you broke the law and endangered the community and are endangering the community by the fact that you're still at large, which because you are all felons, every single one of you, and you're all showing like personality disorders and criminal and different behaviors, like due to the star alignments that are the problem, which are very bad and very low and not supposed to be where they are overall. So you can't be a judge if you are not the proper person to be a judge, or if you or is going to be the percentage, but I don't know where the other judges are. If you carried on in any way in relation to the crime that were reported to you like every week or every month or every 6 months in relation to me reporting this to yourselves, because the criminal had to be arrested, and because you did not establish like disturbing the peace is correct. Also disturbing the peace in relation to the understood appropriate boundaries. I'm not going to referee this case. The legal system is too serious. No, that goes for you. You actually interact with your. It's not a you know a nasty relationship with Huda the Great. That I would dare to say this is my legal system, my shit. Even that a Huda would say that Carroll County is a cleaner place because of his police station in here. Okay, the Toniato, a problem maybe, and then it starts doing weird stuff. Hmm. You're very much if you have a social security number, then you can be prosecuted in America or something. Like you're just another person, the same as all the other people. Um, I would feel shy about doing what you're doing. Huda, I don't know what the hell it could ever. Enough with Tonieto says no to him arresting this woman for mental health issues because he feels that the Aneto can't be arrested. The Aneto has to be arrested is the problem. You can't have like everything that is obstructing. That's correct. There's a referee for the situation. It's called the American legal system, but you can have. You're talking about. It's a criminal situation. Who does somebody created the evidence and kidnapped me? There's nothing. Anyone. He says all his characters over there. But the problem is you did actually do something for whatever reason. You did something in relation to this case of crime. That's of course the case. It's not that important. That's why is it so important to these men, really, or anyone? Like, why would you do anything in relation to it? It's important in relation to wherever it's important, and otherwise, yeah, the other person doesn't have anything to do with you. I'm not sure. You're sitting at the library. Oh, what a nice, interesting porch I have, and you're reading a book, and then the other person over there, he picks up books and he's throwing books and stomping his feet. Well, that could be you, lady. No, I care as much as to like disturbing of the peace. Yeah, okay, I get it. You're not allowed to break the law in any way, shape, or form. You've been stomping and throwing books the entire time, and that person might go in for mental health issues. There's absolutely no reason to stomp and throw books. But, in a public library, very, very few. And very rarely, there's really nothing to be done there with that. Maybe if you're a kid playing. Well, I was allowed to work here, and I'm actually a criminal. I have drug problems and a sexual problems based on rougher environments where I'm a zero sum, and they didn't realize it about the janitor actually or something, and the corrections worker. Oh, I'm also a schizophrenic crackhead from the hood downtown. Yeah, that does drugs and runs around the street screaming. Or am I? I'm actually the great thinker, Huda. That's what I did to your mom's picture at that, which he immediately went ballistic at. Because that is another older white person to Huda. Huda is, who is that man? Because that is a lot of mouth out of our throat. That doesn't make any sense. I will side with the mother against the what? Huda? Because that is just weird to get out of here. Martin, here is how. What are you doing? Talking about how you're going to like fatten up a Christmas turkey or something? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about in there. You sound like a
the mother. Was it one of their friends? Stuff that looks like normal stuff in this story is always actually somebody at like a pedophile, or is actually a man at a pornography show, is a criminal. Or like a man at a dirty strip club that's actually a hot whorehouse. I mean, it's actually like, if it sounds like it might be something you would recognize, it is definitely not anything in the normal people of like, your community, from the parents from the 80s that work as lawyers or something like that in the community. It really isn't, definitely nothing in Walt Cleaver. Yeah. Okay. It is in fact a Mr. Geisha House. Always a Mr. Geisha House, very much so. Yeah, he was reading Dirty by Children at the Geisha House, and then by Ladies at the Geisha House stories. Then more stuff like about lady parts and licking belly buttons and things like that. Really, 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 really bad. More things with like wieners going in and rubbing on. Oh. While you're like sleeping. Oh. Well, and then like, and I fall asleep finally from this, like, so that I'm just like out completely. Like I'm sitting on the chair and, I'm leaned over in the chair and I finally just fall asleep leaning on the side of the chair. There's something about, I need an exercise mat because there is something about being closer to the ground even. I'm not sure. No. I was sleeping on a yoga mat and exercise mat on her also. He said, really, yeah, they all are. The children are like being, the whole family ended up on the couch floor bed a couch and the floor bed in the living room, the same as you. And then we watched them, they were able to sleep laying down, and then the cops just won't come in here and arrest them. Because this is Tony Ito's jurisdiction and his stuff in there. Okay, well, so this is very unsafe. Because you got this. I have like, it's helping my throat. Can you hear it? Kind of. Safe Tussin. Because it was $12. Because it's not like the discount rack. It was like $11.50, $11.75, and it was on sale for $5.99. It's sugar free for diabetics and for the elderly, so they don't have a heart attack. I'm buying that inhaler. I'm buying an inhaler because my throat is like closing, getting beaten up. It made like a Gravitron Invisible Man. It was unbelievable. Really, yeah. It's probably just scary. Really, yeah. Poltergeist app's pretty bad. Or something, whatever this is. It was back in the day. I remember this kind of a bitch on the TV. Run. I think I was having trouble grounding on a small child on the device that actually like the device that actually whatever rapes you. Which is now being like I'm being attacked by 24/7. They might have different things that could do this a bit. Not really, yeah. You need to be extremely aware. That there are worlds here that men use rape devices attached to cell phones out of. And use rape devices like attached to, there's rape devices. No, I'm positive. Well, wants you to look at porn. Be careful. There might be something hanging around there. Well, even like I'm not sure, but like the ones downtown, I'm actually positive they appear to be like they'll follow they'll like catch your cell phone. So there must be something like a cell phone catcher. They all appear to be law enforcement related employees. Ooh, yeah, but I mean, it's not a cop pride issue. It's a well, don't go in there. It didn't work. No, it didn't. Jurisdiction did not work here. I don't know what the hell is running around with law enforcement or in law enforcement, but it is a ridiculous person. The man really with the man raping a
hanging out with the man raping or sexually assaulting children in this story, which you know he's actually doing, and not immediately just getting whatever what's going on. Oh, so you're like Sabrina or something too. How many poor? No, how many? They're actually that's just Sabrina. Oh, it's ordinary people. Sabrina's very handicapped. Has been all her life. She's quite handicapped. There's more very, and she's perfectly ordinary. Oh, and nice even, a nice normal person. What makes the person that's like whatever you are? Oh, really a criminal and dangerous and female also, or whatever things make them and so on. Sabrina does that. She's recording herself. She should feel self conscious. I know. She doesn't really. We watched her for years do this. It's not that bad. He's making it worse. It's okay. What is she doing? You know, no. Um, we could could you get her to stop doing that without causing a big fuss? I'm not sure. That applies to things that are against the law. Is better when Sabrina is, just we call there. What do we call? She's drinking too much. Yeah, or something, or you're doing some substances that, well, getting into some kind of substance use. Well, she maybe if Sabrina actually broke the law, but if she didn't break the law here, then you just are bothering the handicapped sister, who's a little bit of a hippie who's on the wagon completely now, because they're actually handicapped, and for some reason the handicapped have do something slightly funny or different. That's why you're paranoid. If I smoke something, I notice slightly somewhere in a slightly altered state that are you smoking? How much are you smoking right now? You're doing all this sober completely? Bullshit. You're doing something. You're on drugs somewhere, right? You're very schizophrenic, all of you. Is there a white collar anywhere in the room? But like, you may have actually stumbled on a pharmaceutical drug that actually has drugs in there, and you might be abusing it. Yeah, there are still such things. There used to be more actually because of stuff like this. Like the doctor gave me some Klonopins and like a ordinary dose. I took two, and I mean I was out for the night. Oh, I didn't even really, yeah. So it would help you sleep. Yes, you took 2 milligrams of Valium or something. You're like, but I mean, no, and actually you can bop along on that. But I said that about things because I'm not sure. There's good stuff around. There's been Woodstock since 1970 something. You can't actually do that stuff. It's some kind of, I mean, but I guess you can. But if you take like half a dose or something, probably whatever it is as far as any street drugs that were recreational somewhere, whatever I was talking about from 30 years ago or 20 years ago or something, they're too strong. That's correct. Alcohol does have a little like, where it's got, I feel like goats and fermented apples. Cheerful enough. You're not supposed to, okay, take advantage of the, I don't know what, tipsy ether goats. But just when the smaller person that should probably take a half a dose says, I mean, if there's going to be something in here that one does at all, it's just that would be the proper dose. When they say yikes, because it's like, be careful not to. Oh, but I'm not sure stuff is actually that strong. Actually, I'm just chewing on tobacco and hysterical, and I've been like, I think my hair it's fried. Yeah, I got it back from fried, but I look like what's it might call it? Might call it. You look like Back to the Future. Yeah, Michael J. Fox. Nutty Professor. So much electricity. There's so much electricity here. Like I was walking. There's just been rain and thunderstorms that are really impressive. That they'll be this like huge crack of lightning. It's boom. It's very impressive. I should say, take pictures of it. Being careful of it.
There's been lots of fun thunder rumors. Benjamin Franklin? Come on. Jeez. Everybody doesn't attract lightning. Absolutely horrible. You can't say that. And then he says, I'm tired of the hostage situation at Dennis Radar's cell phone bar of schizophrenic men from apparently a brothel on Crack Hood Alley. A brothel trailer park on Crack Hood Alley. Those are who's in the jail. Apparently you can't employ them here. I don't know. I'm a terrible public speaker. I'm kind of like chirping along with myself. If he's saying, well, I am. I'm like responding to my own stuff, and I have no idea. Like, I did probably learn to talk from Telemundo a bit, or not learn to talk, but just I have pattern from Telemundo. But I think I'm just delirious and exhausted. I don't know how I sound in like. I'm being electrocuted, so I'm just vocalizing. Really, yeah. I don't do anything that's against the, that's a problem. I have a fully formed, this guy's got web toes in his head. Really. I mean, it's a bull in a china shop, but there's just kind of nothing there. And he's extremely dangerous. All of him and his friends are extremely dangerous. The American legal system is not China. He's on the front page everywhere. He's been, all the police had a copy of this throughout. They couldn't get you out? Who, judges? Every judge in North Carolina and Arkansas, every judge in Arkansas has to get Otis Toole. You just have to get the man sexually assaulting me, as the guy who's woken up to this for way too long. You have got to shut down these men stalking. You can't stalk me anymore, and you can't sexual assault me on whatever you're doing over there and any children you have. But you're doing this too. It's only like you're talking in Telemundo. Probably. It's actually not my fault. I just actually have an accent slightly from where I grew up. It'd be like if you grew up in the UK or something. They actually talk different. You're not supposed to point out like stuff like that. Especially if the person has like a reason, then it's off the. Well, it said the problem is I'm not handicapped at all. And then if I were, what would this really have to do with anything? It's part of your treatment. See, do you see the problem that with your logic, and that's why you're a big, dangerous, dirty animal? Because there's no reason to go in there and do that, and you're never allowed to do any of that. And then that's never used for that, and you're not allowed to, and you don't think you're allowed to. And then the ordinary, refereed show of people interacting without just, I have no idea. Anything that could go wrong if you were able to do something. I'm not sure. I'm going to go over there and punch the guy like completely. I'm just going to keep kicking and then shoot him. Because, okay. It sounds like you would do that to me. Where that would actually technically be where someone is coming up to you is technically a stand your ground law because you're going to commit a higher felony or are committing a higher felony or have and are again going to commit a higher felony against the person. And because the person has done everything within their power, which like if you were like a 10-year-old, if the 10-year-old shoots you, that's totally acceptable. Because you could tell yourself that, lady, or someone else shoots you, that's totally acceptable. Because you are not supposed to be coming up to that 10-year-old for any reason. You're not supposed to be where you are. And the 10-year-old can manage to dial 911. And the 10-year-old is not allowed
So could perhaps the female, child care worker around wherever there would be a 10-year-old and whatever you got going on, which is like apparently Hannibal crossed with the girl with the dragon tattoo of your people as you cruise around and grab and run away and all the rest of the stuff. Well, it is, since everybody is actually reporting probably about 50% of the population has been as badly sexually assaulted and abused as you yourself are being right now. In some way, they have been violently followed into their homes at some point in the last, since the 90s, I think. I don't know if they're whatever is going on. It has been sexually assaulted by Tonieros or Hudas or whatever's going on in the urban corruption, which is low crack hood rats running around under lockdown company infrastructure that yeah, okay. So a lot of people have been sexually assaulted by what exactly you are describing. Well, the lifetime of this group, these groups of what would be like a very low class criminal urban decay, state infrastructure, and secret police of those, which are actually like appear to just be an organic crime problem due to corruption of not properly inspecting law enforcement, which is actually completely not reality based or anything to do with public sector employment, since in application there would be just miles of anybody and anything out there that could happen, many miles, without a proper 911 to enforce just anything. Hey, buddy, why are you coming over? No, you can't take that home. Oh, what are you thinking? Okay. Or no, you have to pay for that. Well, everybody would know that. You don't know that? I don't know. Who do we not need to squawk about why actually everything is paid for at the store, except to figure out how the store is maintaining that? Because, and obviously you're the most disenfranchised mofo ever. So, but you're not the boss of me coming over. Well, for anybody to say that someone could be dishonest, we've had this conversation with that thing. Because catching it's important, since somebody's acting up. But yeah, however, we have them all enfranchised in not criminal nonsense. No, you can never steal from Walmart. It's real exciting. What are you could apply, except that your criminal tendencies are so extreme and then your crimes are so extreme.
Well, you lady, that's why he said that there, to say the other guy could be a thief because he don't got no money of that. And what in the heck is the brain pattern in there? I think you're just making noise, and it's dangerous, all of you. What are you doing in making noise? Is it my expense? Probably. Everybody here is here all day and night, and I don't know. It's actually filthy. Coffee? Yeah, since you comment on that. Yeah, which you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to go in there. Why are you stalking the person's body inside out? So you're you tell me you're watching you don't need an orifice cavity check cell phone scanner on GPS on the woman's house that every time I lay down it does a plane map. Okay, well, you can't aim it there. Yeah, but I'm just going to aim it there some more. I wouldn't believe there is such a thing by a satellite. There can be. I think there's a rape app via satellite cable to do with sex stuff. There's actually a really, really evil criminal world. No, that goes for the state services. It is actually an incredibly criminally evil world. You should just put swastika over it. It's extremely dangerous. It's it's actually very specific. And it's probably correct. As far as bringing in your replicating, and then you put the same male-looking employees up as administration, which is absolutely ridiculous. If they were just in places like you could but that wouldn't be acceptable. That would actually be what is there. But they're ridiculous looking, and they always have been. They don't actually make any sense. They're not the reason. They're nothing to do with why anything would be there. No, like they're nothing to do with why anything would be there. They have your gang identifier is actually 0, zip, and zilch credentials, and your Carrie's mother at the Cuckoo Mean People's Church, and then it's actually all of you. Okay, you're always that kind of schizophrenic. You're always that kind of criminal. It's you turn it into a hood. It's a hood lockdown for no reason. Okay. Things could be a hood without me. Maybe, but you're definitely don't. I'm not sure we're not in the hood, and I don't know what that would do in the hood. Absolutely nothing. No, you try to be in the hood. You want to be everywhere. You're from the hood.
Make it worse. There's no worse hood that you could possibly run. No, there's no worse hood. Not like the Holocaust is a hood you could run that is worse than when your absolute filth balls and your absolute filth ball, absolute criminal nonsense trash, which is like absolutely nothing also, dude. Like it's just literally like 350 men that have no business being employed by a company that isn't actually technically anything, and has no reason to be in the place, but they're making lots of money, and they're actually the entire place. They're absolute trash bags. They're trash bags. They're just trash bags. They come in and they're like an occupying force. Really, yeah. Huda, do you have a reason you need to run in and take over the employment hiring and then toss up the invasion forces of pedophile Huda's symptom death of males and run around with their cult going Huda's symptoms and yay and we're the Stanford prison experiment. That is the worst deficit of nonsense. Well, you're supposed to actually work the program then. There isn't a program, Huda. There's never been a program. It's just all about fondling and stealing and cruising. No, I'm positive there's no program. It's originally like, or are you talking about out of stuff? I don't know what you're operating out of something that actually is just sort of a thing that is there that doesn't actually exist again. Are we talking about like that is simply what is supposed to be like a social service for juveniles that are without housing that need residential housing and interaction? Well, that could be that's a schizophrenic freak mouth. Are you sure? I'm positive. There's no such thing as what those men are doing. No, there just isn't. It's all schizophrenic woody boo. And then that's actually just little Michael Jackson nests they are actually organized Michael Jackson's nest as opposed to it's just sort of happening here. And you're going to need a 911 because otherwise, the facilities, it turns into broken windows. And that's actually correct. The facilities at various states and time, because there's so many schools and so many school system employees and then so many juvenile services out there. It's going to turn into well, that's why you do actually have to get the juveniles not doing that at work. Otherwise, they'll have like like the 19-year-old, if you hire them to work, they'll have a weird, they're not supposed to have like their boyfriends over when they're babysitting and things like that. Yeah. Which you can get them not to do enough. You're supposed to be enfranchising those juveniles who are supposed to be sitting there and not doing nothing. Instead, it is actually an organized schizophrenic cult of Huda Who nonsense. Yeah. That's like a weird little male pedophile nest on that one. We've heard about it. It's schizophrenic. Oh, it's Michael Jackson, like all the way. He's like a psycho abuser also. Are you positive? Yeah, it's like a Fear Factor farm, only in Huda. It's been on TV.
You're the one with that you made Ricky Lake in Knoxville. Well, they're gossipy and they do their hair a long time ago. They don't want it in there, and it really, really is like bossy and encompassing. They're like, oh God, Huda's out. The great, Black Butler will reign death, and he owns us all. Howard Hughes needs to calm down. Like, I don't know how Kenny died. A lot of humping, and then his head came off. Like seriously, yeah, on those dudes. Same as us. It's actually like it's a real weird perspective. Huda, you need to calm it down. That's awful, but literally, like, you're correct. Huda, what are you spouting off about, and where are you even? And then you're correct. The Boggs thing is correct, where it's like there's a something over there. Boggs McKenzie is a psychotic piece of crap. If you he's in Supermax for a reason. You're Supermax. Do you understand that? We're not. No, that's like a Supermax felon. Boggs is a rougher character that murdered someone who now has like a lot of years in prison and is real bored and angry. And he does that because he's got so long. He's something. Like you can notice a physicality in the story. He'd be schizoid and psychopathic and antisocial predatory. Yeah, he could be that. No. That is different from other people completely. That is actually a specific thing, or it's a thing. No, and the reason that all these people over here, it has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and it's a person. Yeah. You notice things about, but sometimes the higher functioning ones are, like I noticed right away, that's a handicapped person from Crackville Street that's very dangerous on you, wherever you are. But the yeah, I get it. The Zeke Nagin and stuff, that's actually a sick man. That's a very diseased and defected, dangerous bubble. It's a Zeke. He knows if you like it could be a sex club or something on those. Zeke the orderly. Okay. Well, Huda does that at our world, at our community. Yeah, Huda's a predator. Huda is our great Huda. There's no such thing, and all of you stopped going to church the time you joined the Joe Applewhite cult and started running around with Zeke the orderly, gang wrestling, small children, where you ended up at a middle school and a high school. You ended up high schools and middle schools for really no reason, since you are that's kindergarten cop. Apparently, people say the same things to you. No, that goes for you're not actually those state services. Why were you running around in 6th grade in Boca Raton? We were going to test them standardizedly to see who's smart or something. Standardizedly. Would that be? No, the one from Forrest Gump, unless it was the worst Skid Row thing to ever happen. No, it never diagnosed me with any mental health issues. It says that there. I still don't have mental health issues like these guys pulled it in again. Which is why it's been televised constantly. You've all gotten it in your inbox since the kidnapping. They apparently didn't have jurisdiction over Arkansas to arrest the men that created your evidence and kidnapped you. And the FBI wouldn't do it in Charlotte because a Huda was in there, and the same with the one in the Little Rock. Find a Huda. And it of some sort. No, it's straight. It's a male space alien kiff of Skid Row death. They're real evil. The Huda Ed. I can't imagine what they're real low. Also, Detective Pate and Huda Ed. If they're bisexual, they'll probably rape you. Oh, it's a schizoid male white trash thing that's very dangerous. It's like a corrections worker that's psychotic, or like doing whatever anybody in, like, it's your story, but anybody that's actually doing something with you, or they're doing it with any malice or something, or just behaviors. And there's nothing actually to do here. It'd be a rougher person, but I don't get what you're bothering the other person about. Why you're bothering about the other person? And if you're bothering, what is your sample of populations? I don't think you can bother that much of populations of people that you're bothering about. I mean, and where are you out of? Well, it'd be a crime to bother about a person because they're attractive. As opposed to, or for some reason other than I'm attracted to my line of work. Okay. Yeah. And I enjoy my professional line of work. So I have no professionalism whatsoever on any of these people. No, none. Are you positive? Yeah, completely. They're like hood rats that get out in administration and then run around doing something or whatever all that is a freak. None of those, and I've never met anybody as bad quality or as weird, or more as weird, as our great overlord, the hood rats, or as viciously like everything. No, like in that story, hi, Huda, it's Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton could love me. No, what are you doing? Nothing. No, it's really hiding from Dolly Parton. Probably, but we know because Huda comes out and like just. There's nothing to be done about Hoodistan. Hoodistan is, and it's a schizophrenic toe jam football belly button like monster over there, out of just the hood. It's a crack hood, like nothing going on in there. Fondling and bringing criminals into communities that don't have any credentials for absolutely no reason. That they're real, whoever the males actually are, if you take away the role, like in the Stanford prison experiment, maybe that's why that's, are absolute no ones, but they've been hired for a role, which is very strange. They've like created all of this world of stuff. They don't have their real. They don't. None of them. That's actually correct. Remember all those men? Yeah, everybody. Who were those men? Did they come from the community you were in at all? There was a reasonable amount of them. Well, I could be like Jesse Helms, a Mabane, a shopkeeper from Boone, North Carolina, or Arkansas or something. They went to school and didn't break the law that much. Well, I'm still going to do this, lady, and it's your fault. No, that those men don't have any credentials. Like all of those men, yeah, which was actually the administration in any situation that was ridiculous. And it was ridiculous. They were there, yeah, but they were real. I mean, you might not have noticed. No, it was all Jim speeding by in his truck for his Avon company or something. Really, that was a big, strong male. Well, maybe he was supposed to be in the high school, so they brought them down there, down to the middle school. They didn't have the proper credentials, and they did not belong in the state offices or anywhere else they were supposed to be at. That group, like if you notice, you go to private sector things, the DMV is different. It has to do with money and all the rest of the stuff. These sort of a completely public sector and then privatized for profit parts of public sector are actually extremely degenerate and dangerous, which includes the school systems very much. There was very strange stuff. There was a lot of a series like, barely keeping the lights on. Whoever was in there was very shady. And I'm only criticizing it because there's a problem, which is, usually how that works. But that's correct. Like whoever's responsible for, there really wasn't, it was hard to find who in the administration of this, in court infrastructure, is the responsible party for all of it. Because the crimes you committed in Cary, North Carolina, do you understand that? As the amount of crime you and your men committed against myself, Miss Lauren Gay Casper, who lives in this nice house in 302 Shalon Drive, has lived there. It's not that exciting over there, okay? It's just the ordinary person also on planet Earth, not the extreme violence and sexual abuse and sexual violence and dragging people off to, I don't know what it is you people do. It's a little hard to tell. They have a rodeo out of somewhere. Maybe they're rodeoing mental patients in the prison or something, but it's a little hard to tell. But yeah, I don't know. I can see how that might end up in a high school. Okay, these Spectrum employees need to quit. Yeah, really, really, really badly. Well, you should be paranoid if Tony doesn't like vapes on his college campus. I'm not sure who, you never know, like, really, yeah, there's no, oh, and I'm not on a college campus. And I certainly hope not, and, I guess, yeah. Um, separate male and female patients and put a camera places, but not when actually security guards are watching. Even if people don't notice, sometimes like there might actually be just something. How bad is the criminal here, really? And where the hell is the infrastructure? Is actually correct. And then no, that's actually what the infrastructure is, and that's the problem. I've been on the phone with it 24/7. It's just I'm sitting there. I was going to order groceries, which is I guess is a second grocery trip, so it's like $80 worth of groceries and things I need otherwise. Groceries. But I couldn't sit still with the electrocution and sexual assault and not anything. Yeah, like he is so bad. You just have to curl up in a ball with your head over your knees and survive it. And eventually you fall asleep after having to move and get away from it. You're gonna have to sleep in that ball, and that's it. Because while the thing still manages to get through to just fondle you into a Class A felony on himself that would get you life in prison. It'll be like schizophrenic Michael Jackson's, and there'll be tons of it. And then it'll be real vicious and predatory. well, I'll be who vicious schizophrenic or you stand. Okay. Wait, because we've looked at it before, and you need to get that guy out of there. None of it's those guys out of there. None of it is their stuff. In a certain part, which if you have the misfortune, that's like discussed like just as a conversation topic. I've noticed that it's just sort of like, because it's schizophrenia and domestic violence and crime and sexual abuse and stealing and crime out of like a schizophrenic, retarded bunch of men too. That's organic, really rough hood crime and onward. As far as the urban decay companies and culture and things that are actually running infrastructure. They're also running infrastructure out of the court systems. I'm not sure, something from that level, which actually is just a stupid level. It's like they actually have it. No, they have a probation office, and they're not out of a probation office. They're not actually out of any of the state things that are there. For like example, like Ozark Guidance Center or something. It's actually a guidance center, or it's actually a doctor's office. Employed in you are actually employed. You're employed in are you employed in law enforcement for the town? We've never had any problems with, no, we really as a country had any problems with the enfranchised concept of law enforcement and anything we've actually seen during the daytime past a point. That thing looks too hood and rough, and I don't know what it's doing. Apparently it's zipping around a town with
and it looks like Shrek. And it's interviewing somebody. Is this the when Detective Pate is interviewing somebody without a lawyer? Somebody actually got murdered. And it's like a guy, he's kind of got a plumber's crack. And it's actually a guy that like maybe he's not that bad, but maybe it's like a terrible criminal of some sort running around the town because that could happen. Well, that could be you. Where they're on A&E and they're interviewing people without a lawyer. Well, shit, that'll happen to me if I ever kill anybody. Really? Yeah. I said that's like a horrible thought. I never would. But you're supposed to. And I get away from the guy and call the police. It can't be the guy that might kill somebody that's running around as the police or something, because that's the criminal. No, if you might kill somebody or talking about it too much, or you grew up on planet Earth, like apparently you didn't, as far as Nels Hollow of crime or whatever, but well, the nonsense talk out of these guys, well, that could be a threat in that a little to me. I have no idea what that means. That's crazy. And that's I know you are, but what am I? You're a threat, dude. I'm calling the police. Exactly. If anybody shoots one of those things, it was self-defense always. But maybe that's not how it actually like operates. Of course, people rarely shoot anyone. People rarely shoot anyone? Yep. People rarely shoot people. So I'll never end up in Shawshank prison for life, is what I said, unless I accidentally shoot somebody or shoot somebody. I don't want to get shot, it would hurt. Of course, the deep things we need to discuss morally as far as the other guy, and I get to do that to that. Okay. After we did all the other stuff that you did, because you did do all the other stuff too. You did a lot, you did all of it. Which you must be depressed about. That's a scary thought, but you should have stopped. I'm not sure you really make that much sense. You get away with it and you're actually a guy. You're actually a guy employed in where are you employed? Are you employed in like whoever's employed here? Well, those guys do this stuff like me, and I'm actually one of these dudes. Oh, well, why are you practicing law? I do that a little bit even to children. We're doing a lot of it here. And so you'd probably try to go buy a child in Prostitution Street. That's pretty strange. Do you work? I guess you work like, no, it's not Judge Crow. You. Well, then he's definitely, why are you doing anything if you're not Judge Crow? If you're not the county court employees or police or something, but the ordinary police. You're not allowed to do anything. You're definitely not allowed to do that. And I'm not sure how much Hooker Town where you can buy children there are, but if you have like, I mean, I don't know. You definitely need to end up in the newspaper as like, as a well, nobody would even believe it. It's so weird. And I was there, and because I work as a judge, as Judge Crow. No, we can do that. It's Judge Crow. He's definitely buying children on Hooker Street in the same West Book. Well, that's why we're in the South, my dear. All right, so he's a Syracuse dungeon master. Is that why you would insult such a high-class person as Judge Crow? Your sock puppet needs to die. His sock puppet of you like sucks his dick. You were gonna say that? Yeah, that's what he would say. I don't care. Your lips and asshole, all of you to me. Also, no, your lips and assholes. The liability factor of lips and assholes out of this man, which I mean, I guess I don't know. The hyper focus is where, like in it appears to be in sexual stuff, but I mean, he's like over there doing something meat packers of sexuality to death in total pedophilia out loud all the time on speakerphone in the Casper's house, also on her. He's just inaudible, which you can hear him on audible. I guess they're out at this point. There's no one to do this.
Well, Judge Crowe would be going to prison and I'm not doing anything. Like in my conversation, of course, in my conversation. Has anything gotten you? Well, we legalized weed. They legalized marijuana. Watch out for something in there that might actually do something bad. Oh, it's dangerous. I think you commented on all that already. Me on the head shops. Has anything in the head shop ever gotten you high before? That's the point? Really? No. There is like a glass of wine in that. I don't know. But because I'm sleeping curled up in a ball over my knees and it's none of your business. You're incredibly abnormal and you always have been on your people. Right? Yeah. You just create this dynamic where you get to it and you run around and do stuff. No, they're not wieners from anywhere like better. Oh, and that's icky. The whole thing is icky, but that it's not somebody I definitely said no, thank you. Well, if the guy was being so aggressive and like forcing you into some kind of situation, then it would be like power abuse. Okay. Do you realize you're like a zero sum? Oh. I'm a zero sum. You're just a zero sum of nonsense. I get what there's no, you basically throughout this entire thing, and we've had the argument is that you commit crime and there's just nothing else to be. It's definitely crime. All that, which then you just do, and then I'm like, okay, so you're just a criminal? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, I'm going to call the police, and then you run around doing all this really criminal stuff, and then the problem is you're just really violent. There's a really violent rape ghost in the that stalks like crazy. There's this big giant. He can hit you now somehow. No, there's no other. He wants to say there's no other magical men. So you're like, dude, I have no idea. It's always about sexual offending. Like, yeah, like I don't, They're talking about licking belly buttons. He says this about all the other, I mean, you're determined that you get GANG raped. That's gang rape. Your mother would say that you are artificial in wowzers. No. Now listen, Mr. Serial Killers of John Wayne Gacy death. They would keep people in a I don't know, not completely, but what are you verbally processing out loud? I'm very hormonally dysfunctional. That's what everybody says. And I just feel like I can do this, my friends, because this is what I do. So you're an actual real person doing this. Of course, that's a real person doing that. It's just a criminal. It's out of the rest of this case. It appears to be one of the people like in the jail cells. I don't know why. That's male. And it's from more. It's like a schizophrenic hobo from Crackdown. I'm going out and somebody needs to arrest them. Apparently does work in the jail now. All right, well, that didn't work out. That isn't working now. Work in a jail? It's a guy that is really low class. What is the other guy doing? Has come up multiple times. Why is anyone hanging out with the business diaper and talks about licking belly button guy? Well, that's as graphic as possible. He's probably reading like a pornographic narrative. It's a very dangerous criminal, but what in the hell? It might just be Otis Toole, who was a schizophrenic, retarded man. People don't do that. But he appears to have some friends and he's absolutely evil. He's real evil. Like, what are you so happy about RIPing children to death in this story? Well, it's fun. Anyway, I bet you feel bad about yourself now. Well, somebody needs to arrest this man. That's very much a real man. Well, you could be, I could be Otis. So I could be old.
And too drunk? We arrest those. Oh, you could be dangerous, lady. There's no. Oh, that's hemp rather than hash. Against marijuana. That's more or less wine, I think. I mean, there's not really anything. Like actual marijuana. Why are we talking about actual marijuana? You're like Jack the Ripper, the rape ghost in the Green Library. Oh, you are. It's evolved in like Ghost. Ew. That's her husband, but I don't know. Oh. That's definitely not your husband. Oh, where you can touch things? Yeah, I'll say. When he found a whole pack of ghost demons. Really bad. I think I'm gonna die. Would you please get these? It's that bad. Really? Yeah. Would you get these men into custody right now and get the tech they're using? The entire FCC I sent the email to and get them off of me. They don't want to because they're, so you're mad that cops out there not arresting these guys. They're mad. You're mad because your stuff's in there. What? They're your home invasion, rape, burglary tools. I didn't know anything about that lady. Probably, and then it's really rude to like they say stuff like that, but it's very, very, very bad. If the punk army goes down, I don't know. There's no way to do that, but if it comes down to it, whatever it is, will actually like if that's actually some kind of punk army. Well, it's Zeke or something. Also, like, it's like Zeds from Meinekes, and they'll get shot on their own. But the war needs to start already, so somebody needs to poke the pile, poke the hornet's nest. Yeah, to get them because they'll just run around screaming and doing insane stuff at other people, and they do actually need to be busted. But I mean, I don't mean to, but that actually like might work because they're so flipping weird on their own, or not work, but that's just what will happen. That they'll get themselves shot or something if there's ever actually shooting, which there might need to be if you actually have like whatever the heck that is. I assume it's nothing bad. It's not allowed to do that there. I don't poke it. I wasn't poking the hornet's nest, really. Yeah. I bet. I'm not sure you pokes hornet's nest, it's spirit of bees. That's a funny thing to say. It's not supposed to be, but a little bit maybe. Maybe that actually applies to conflict situations. Poke from a distance and get somebody else. Well, you need to know what's in there, and those things are gonna like I wasn't poking your hornet's nest. What? Okay, why is it attacking you? Run away. There's like something weird in there. And tell other people that guy did something weird in there because this said it was his department, and then the other guy said it. They told him it wasn't his department, so it's not the Wildwood Police Department's. No. And then the guy in there got really dangerous, violent, Mickey. No, I had like no interaction with him. I just like sort of went in the Iranian police station, which is actually in the book. And next thing you know, you're getting like, I'm not sure what. But I don't care if any of them are married. I think the Delmars are like the To Catch a Predator guys that are married. And they're like retarded, dirty Zeke Delmars or something. The actual guy in charge is like a SME Zeke, I think. A SME. Like a Hogula, like a corrections worker. Only a different body type and face. Those kind of look more respectable, but they're not. They're real world dangerous. All of them are. Because they're psycho. Or all of it's psycho. And offending for no reason. And I mean, I don't know what, but men having a party in a very bad one. What else does the Cary police do in there? Not help you. Yeah, those guys aren't allowed to do that. So I reported it to everybody else because that's weird. I'm not like allowed to do anything, which is fine. Or it's criminal, and then somebody has to definitely. I don't want to deal with all that. Oh well, somebody has to deal with all that. Can you do anything now? Like Miss Casper, myself is going to go walk down the street next to like, oh, here's all the buildings, all the things in the buildings. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's very offensive, really. Yeah. You should hear what they do with battered women syndrome. I think we did on the phone. Yeah. Well, it's like you could argue shooting your husband. No. I don't have a relationship with you, and no reason to, and I'm not going to. But we can get along, and we're just not going to have a relationship. What's there not to get along about? I can't interact with you anymore. Nobody can. You're a rapist. There's a big conflict of interest. Absolutely disgusting man did something. Really, yeah. You're not. Why did you tell the police in Arkansas not to call the cops on this again? Out of Detective Pate in North Carolina. That they need you not at large. Then no. Oh. Well, look, you asshole are best friends with these guys. They would call that an asshole. It needs to be arrested and removed because there is now extremely serious crime over there. And then apparently, I don't know whenever on the docket, but it's really not supposed to. And these guys do something crazy, which is actually crazy. There is something about the way crazy moves. No, there's not. The police just come and arrest us because that's like the whole nonsense. Like, no, you're just breaking the law. No, you will not break the law a little bit. There's no breaking the law, and you're not breaking the law a little bit. It's a story about you committing Class A felony crime. It just is, and then you're committing a crime, and I said no, and there's no reason to interact with me anymore. Not like immediately arrest me because then I get to interact with you more. Well, I had to see what that was or something. I guess I don't know really what. Well, that was offensive. It was ridiculous, and it was 2016 also. Like your police station has copies of it. In fact, you just got it like 6 months before. I'd actually be interested to know what the heck all that was. It was hideous. It has nothing to do with me except I got like go check the original evidence for me. It has nothing to do with me. The crazy man talking on Inaudible, which might be having a problem. Audible might be having a problem with Inaudible. So there's guys doing video game walkthroughs. Yeah. There was you knew when it was there. Oh, it's these dudes. It's actually important to catch on. Something like it. It's whatever these dudes are doing. That's so long ago. It could be something different, but it's not. No. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm absolutely positive. A child is slightly too small, and you sure? Yeah, it's a sex app. Okay, even though I'm sure your flipping people are like. That's what was so weird about it. No. Yeah, I'm positive. That's what's so weird about it. You can thank you the way ever. I don't think it means it likes you. That's what's so weird about it. It's a thing and it's there. Oh, well, it is. Well, that could make people. I listened to him talk about his crimes and stuff. In that, it could make a guy. It's too small for a child, and it's electrocution of some sort. And I don't know what on earth that means, but it would try to attack your crotch with TENS therapy, and it burned. Oh, and it's been around forever, and there's an inaudible noise that says certain things. It might be there's a guy on there is a guy on the media that is doing something, and it's in People versus Larry Flint has a serious mental disorder, so you might know the whatever degenerate pile of maybe since they are actually employed by the government, which is embarrassing. This is your company. Very embarrassing. Your scandal, political scandal. Usually those just involve I'm not sure, dude. Yeah, that's why you have to be arrested. There's nothing that is like this bad. Unless I didn't tell anybody before this. I often do this in the library. Oh, okay. No, there's like a thing that would like what does TENS therapy feel like? It feels like TENS therapy, and it's like it kind of burns and electrocutes you. It electrocutes you. I thought somebody like I moved out of the way of it. I said that really. It hit me in the face, and I saw sparkly lights. It's probably some kind of like okay. So there's actually an electrocution device being used. You're probably just being like electrocuted, like they electrocute produce to check it for bugs or something. Okay, so you're getting like an X-ray to the head constantly. Yeah, maybe. How is it actually? That's not like image scanning is like, hey, it's not that bad for you. Well, image scanning is not. That's not the same as generating electricity to do something. So what the hell's hitting me that's actually electricity? That's why I said Benjamin Franklin. It makes you see like stars. No. I don't know what you found that actually it has weed in there. And maybe the kid that works there, the guy that works there, the kid, one actually has weed in the hippie shops, maybe even like the head shops or something. Probably. Makes you cold. No, but that's not what's going on. No, I'm positive. Really, yeah. It's a really surreal and awful thing. I'm being like punched with something. And then something's like fondling me. No, I'm positive. I swear to oath. Unfortunately, that story about like opposite positive bathroom in Boca. Bathrooms in Boca? Yeah, at 11 years old. The guest bathroom and then the bathroom in my mom's room because both were right next to the TV, the satellite TV. And I thought there was something got hit, but I thought there was lightning, and then but I thought there was a ghost. I think it said something from the other room, and it scared me, and then I was scared of lightning or something. Something scared me. Yeah, maybe that's why children feel like that. So something scared me of a ghost, and I jumped in and was out of that. I mean, just and the baby shampoo got out of that hair so fast. I guess it was good. Well, it's a problem. Oh, I think that's what it shot at. Like it said something from the other room, but it actually was just the fact that there was a voice when there isn't supposed to be. I remember the freezing of that. Like I think I've actually like I'm not scared that way of it. I'm scared because it is in this horrifying.
the fact that you're playing Saw 3 with the pig's head with, and shouting burning corset at it is a worrisome. Which is very illegal, is all I ever say, and you need to be arrested, and then you just never get arrested. Now, I've done everything I possibly could to get you arrested. Oh, give it a right. He is very much a pedophile. There's a crazy man who says he's a pedophile who needs to be arrested right now. Where, in your head? That's why you can't work in law enforcement anymore, whoever you are. No, that's like Smee and Honkula running around. Do you realize there's like, do you do anything except cruise in your creepy construction worker handyman truck around nice neighborhoods? Do stuff like that all day, ever in law enforcement in the story. All of you. Well, you don't need to know that. This is about your case, so we've had to have a lot of focus on your case. This is your stuff in here, and he said that this is his stuff, and they said they can't get him out of here because he works in Arkansas. And the police in Arkansas will not arrest themselves or something. Okay. Okay. The fact, do you realize what you, because I forced you to live with, the fact that all of this stuff, well, this stuff was, have you ever been able to report or get any oversight? Have your parents with whatever, every monstrously foul and criminal thing? You're incredibly low and as criminal as possible and bad infrastructure and absolutely filthy criminal monsters in it. But I don't know, but some people should be going to prison for the rest of their lives. And no, they never has. Huda's insane schizophrenic mouth. Really? Yeah, Huda's mouth is so incredibly, and very instinctory. Your incredible aggression. Like, I mean, your schizophrenia, your retardation, Huda, your mean people's church's symptoms. And then like these vicious, really rough men from like corrections you were running around stalking me with or something at the Wake County Courthouse. I mean, I don't even know, but it's unbelievable how nasty. Is it Steve from Lowe's or something? It kind of looks like, really, in that. Like, I don't know, what are you doing that you men have congregated to do that there to this case or to anything? Like, here's the court. No, you do not. We have so much. No, you don't. They actually know who's in Central Prison. There's the News and Observer out back. Okay, and every arrest and all the rest of this stuff. Well, I told them to suppress that. Okay, well, that's the problem with a guy that, suppresses stuff, which that's not a very nice thing. Apparently, it's a criminal who will run around with a guy as disgusting and as criminal and retarded as you, which would be pretty bad. Like, I saw it a lot, which is pretty strange. You've been the same guy stalking. I just couldn't hear you 24/7 because you didn't enable microphone talk, but then you enabled it enough. And then you weren't actually on my body with something, which is absolutely hideous. I was afraid of a ghost. Which is actually, I don't know, which is actually good for me. I think I've had this conversation as far as surviving it. My natural instincts were to get the hell away from it. I don't know what else you're going to do. Absolutely horrified. There's no buffering that. Also, the thing scared me so badly on those men. Really, yeah. They were so incredibly bad. It's like the same. That's correct. Yeah, like the Gravitron.
And Bobby Krause's dating is one hell of an evil animal. That just says you were sitting there brooding over the entire thing on these men, which makes no sense whatsoever, which is why you're going to prison for the rest of your life. Whoever was in on it at all, as opposed to just there was something going by, which then they tried to get into wherever they were, and you didn't bother to get, well, I'm not actually the evidence guy. You're not the evidence gathering guy? No. Okay. Well, someone needed to. I mean, if that's true, but like, okay, so you can't get in wherever the evidence from my original case is, and it's law enforcement, so you didn't do anything. Okay. Someone's stalking me here. Supposedly there's like law enforcement that support him. They're kind of just more sock puppets. That's just where the sock ends up relatively quickly afterwards because he plays with himself a lot. So I don't know if there's cops around. Well, he does. And then well, I think that's what he's doing. It must be. He tries to rape you with it too. Yeah, I might be still wearing whatever the cops are doing. Why not? And then it's a sock puppet. Well, I don't support him in that, really. He also is licking your belly button. Yeah, okay. Lick. That would actually kill a child. Okay. And that's how the child died if you actually tried to pleasure them, really. Yeah. And now I think we're dead or something. Yeah, if you were in the room with any of them, you might be dead. Hell, especially if they had a gun. And vice versa a bit. Really. Yeah. Why is this always in this altered state? No, okay, you can't stalk me anymore. Well, I said no to you, and that's how bad I said no, and I'm going to do this anyway. What is it you're doing? You were reporting me. No one's allowed to report Huda. No. I'm reporting these Hudas, and you need to not run around with them because these Hudas are worse than you. These Hudas are ridiculous. Nobody runs around with that thing. It's a 500-pound crackhead or something, 300-pound schizophrenic retarded man. You should be very depressed about that. I should be very depressed about what? On him. On him, me? You could be on drugs, lady. I don't know. He'll be like chirpy and positive. Really, yeah, he sounds like they're unbelievably on something, and they must be 200-pound, 300-pound balls of just dirt and doo-doo. I don't know. Maybe I slightly have like a body type read from I think it is a substat. Just check his ovary or his butt for something. Drugs. He likes it? No, not really. Oh, I think he wants to call the police. No, he really just smells like something horrible. Whack-a-mole and severe depression from the fact that nobody's rescued me by now.
It scared me. It scared me so badly as a child. Whatever the thing said just scared the ever living shit out of me. Really, yeah. And then it wouldn't quit. And actually, I mean, it is so incredibly hideously bad, scary, really, and painful. Whatever that thing said, really is. Oh my god, scared. If you'd make me watch all the Wrong Turn series and Saw or something. And pornography. I mean, and then it wouldn't go away, and there was nothing you could do about it. And it just it scared the shit out of me. It was it, really, yeah. Oh, I got it though, really, yeah. It was a dude that there is no hatred that you could ever feel enough, or killing them would ever be enough for that thing. That is the dirtiest, lowest animal. No,
Wet bandits that follow people, whatever the hell those dudes were in New York, and then Boca. Yeah, it was a man. There's no doubt it wasn't a group of men, but the schizophrenic maintenance men were, I mean, just the incredible filth and lotus of that an animal that were those men. Really, yeah, it was the dirtiest, lowest criminal mankind has ever or could produce. If that was the worst case of insanity and crime and filth possible, which as far as we've heard it was, then that's definitely what did it as far as profile. It probably would look like whatever did stuff that was really that did that there. Or it's brain tumor. It's like it's pure like syphilis of it. Yeah, like I mean, it was out there. Well, yeah, I like to scare kids like that. Thing. Really? Yeah, the same shit. Like. It was like Amityville Horror or something. Did you talk back to it? I don't know. I didn't really get it again. It just scared me. I just thought it was it because it's depressed. I could probably wait. Yeah. What the hell does that? Who knows? Just don't make eye contact with that. I don't know what scared me so badly about it. Okay, so it's a man that wants to do what to children in the library? You've heard such things. Oh, really? Yeah. It's probably getting fresh. I mean, it was scarier than hell. So it couldn't touch you? No. It didn't touch me at all in New York. It just scared the ever living shit out of me. Really? Yeah, I mean, absolutely scared of it. Or like the most like absolute monster snorkel on Farside, isn't that? Which was actually kind of the way to deal with it because you could freeze, but I think it was exhausting a little. Like you could freeze and get away from it, which you naturally froze. It makes you freezing completely in fears. And then you'd just leap up and run away from it and hide from it. And you'd forget about it. But it would like come back, I guess. If it came back, I just knew it was a man. Get away from that man. That man is like, whatever did that on the A&E special, no, that's real. No. But you couldn't find the right people to get them. Which is the fault of like, that whoever men, whoever were at fault. Which is an incredible amount of fault to be at. And really, yeah, like there's no hatred you could humanly feel that would be enough for anything or any damn fool that wouldn't get these students in custody because they were unbelievable and they shouldn't have been like. It was just a guy talking in an audible noise on the satellite back in the day. It's these incredibly rough men now that are totally crazy. Absolutely horrified of it. I remember it like landed on the house in the middle of the night. It's some kind of security guard that works night and day. Or it came back in the middle of the night. Scared the crap out of me and I hid from it. I couldn't hear it now because you could hear it. You could hear it talking from the cable box. It's like this is a video game or something. Yeah, I think they didn't have whatever it is sexual assaulting till Las Vegas, which they did it. And they supposedly there was all this like noise. They were interacting with men locally in Las Vegas, which was like you can't possibly know you're interacting with anybody in Las Vegas because you're a janitor who's a poopworm who is really, really dangerous. Who I'm calling the police on, and there's like 4 of you in Arkansas. So I don't know who you. Then it said I interacted with someone in. No, it's a poo disease also. It's real dangerous. It's probably an STD. What the hell is that? A schizophrenic 300-pound, very dangerous criminal from the Carroll County, Arkansas. Like the guy in prison and in isolation because that's the group that tries to rape everybody, all the newbies. Okay, so Boggs, really bad ones and rough ones and low ones. You can't know anybody. Like, you're too weird. You said you called around for passwords and they immediately put out like a death chamber warrant for you because you were talking about molesting children. And they went back to check on what you were doing, but then nothing came up. Or you went by again and did the molesting children thing, and you were really weird the first night, and somebody heard you with the licking lady parts stuff. But then nothing came of it. And then they were going to do something about you, and you actually have a death chamber warrant out in Las Vegas, but because you just didn't stop with the licking belly buttons and lady parts and children and being a Kinsey freak, and then bouncing and leaping and bouncing all over the furniture, screaming and talking, and then all of a sudden it bounces, it screams, I like children as viciously as possible, or something. Which actually, like, you weren't, I don't know what you're doing right now, but you were kind of progressing, and so like, so I didn't think you and Hogula and Neville and the Beast and stuff, and like, we were kind of like ballet dancing around my house in that story. I think it was a story about ballet dancing, and I think I was stretching. But pretty much, it was pretty prancy. I mean, it was like, he is he a lord of the, of like the sex offending, he's a vampire or something. Yeah. Okay. You're on a schizophrenic retard brothel? Huh. Well, that's not good. It's not very nice. It's very dangerous. You can't do that at your brothel, really, or whatever. You definitely can't do this. Who's to stop us? Well, you appear to be schizophrenic retards. All of you. Are you the patrons or the owner? If the women are schizophrenic retards too, I think you're just getting out. Brothel, schizophrenic retard brothel is doing something that's criminal, really icky and criminal. Somebody help and dangerous. Well, that's what you sound like. So you found people in Las Vegas to hang out with that are that bad? Oh. Yeah, it's like the schizophrenic retard brothers from the crack hood. Completely. Yeah, that's like a 300-pound schizophrenic crackhead on the men's side of the jail. That's absolutely ridiculous. People with like all their teeth gone and stuff. This complete crazy schizophrenic hobos, but like these ones are really dangerous. Hey, we get hot chicks in our retard brothel. They're giving us money for this. Yeah, that's not really maybe some sort. There's actually a professional one of those. I would think there would be around like strip clubs and a crack house downtown. These people hang out at a pub. They might be charging money. I guess all the time checks on this. There's enough wine in that thing. I know there isn't usually. You should stay sober so you can drive. I'll be sober enough to drive if there's a reason to drive out of here. But I mean, I'm not driving anywhere out of here now. I decided I'm gonna go walk somewhere. Lay down to sleep in my bed tonight. So it's going to be another very long night, and for anybody else that have, which is actually the state crime space alien dogs land, whatever's going on with that needs to end. Okay, yeah. No, I swear. Oh, a hummingbird. Oh, I didn't know they got those here. I swear under oath. No, I swear, you swear, oh, that's the what? These guys are so bad. Well, they didn't like you a little bit because For your leave for any reason anybody did anything here that resulted in how bad this has been. The amount of crime here. Talking for like really. You're off timeshare. I'm not on timeshare. I'm being like sales or something. I'm like, no, because I was like, I'm being, no, because I'm in the middle of a crime. So. I started burning, so there was like electricity. Well, so I ran because I was going to get hit by lightning. And then it was a ghost. Then I heard the ghost thing. Oh, get away from the lightning also. That was a big lightning strike. Oh no, it could have had something to do with the men at the school. They're hideous. No, there's a man that like rubs his penis on your arm or himself at that time. I think they got rid of him. You're at sort of daycare, and there's not supposed to be men. You're left alone, kind of in the library or something. There's not supposed to be men that come up to you and rub their penises on you. That's the real. No, I'm not sure. At 11, you do register it enough. And yeah, whatever that thing did and then just lied about, really, probably, and then did with the female officer. I mean, no, they actually had one that was awful. I've never seen such a thing before. What the hell was it even? Well, that's a teacher. It kind of wasn't a teacher. No, what was it? No. Slightly, I don't think. I mean, they had classes, but who does cruising around was like undermining? Because they had like in the 6th grade and 7th grade of you going? I went the whole time. I went the whole year. I got good grades or whatever. You just said that. No, I remember it had classes. There were different teachers to teach different. They were fine. It's just the math teacher. I don't even remember the math teacher, and I got a good grade, and I liked her okay. And the math teacher could hate you. Okay. Well, then that person, you avoid them a little bit, right? And then just, which I try to, that woman has to like, okay, I'm not sure any of that. So none of this happens when you're at the American Club for summer camp. Yeah. Or the summer camp that was on the school campus. That's also the American Clubs. Really creepy men come up to you in the library and try to rub their penis on your arm and head, and you're 11. I think they were fondling themselves, as far as I can remember. With pretty much like everything done and said, I would say that to the thing that comes up to people in libraries. I don't believe all that. We would never have just such like, what? It had something to do with you being mentally ill. Well, I don't know what stuff does that. I don't know what does that to Sabrina, but if she said no, that means no also, I think. But she could be asking for it. Sometimes they do weird stuff themselves. I could see that a reasonable amount, but that's supposed to be regulated also. It's a story about the school day being safe,
since you're there without your mother and father at 11. My parents called the cops about a guy like masturbating on my head. Could you put that better? On the other guy, but yeah. It was so bad. Whatever was like chasing me around and the other kids at that school at 11. Like I didn't know. I remembered. I'm absolutely positive. It very much could have been the same guy doing the thing in the hot tub on the satellite. I can't imagine why, but that's kind of all throughout. Really, yeah. It's like it. No, not even slightly. Really, yeah. Like whatever was prancing around the school was doing that also. Really, and it's hideous, like hideously bad. You need to make sure none of those are in the school. I can't imagine. I don't know. I got away from it. I was trying to try the television one, tried to massage my crotch like a couple times as a kid, and a voice would pop out of the satellite and say stuff. Again, that one's coming from the TV also. No, it's not. I think there's a guy talking. Maybe that might know these guys. These guys are really dangerous criminals that have to be taken off the street. All of them, every single one. All the people that we don't have a country if that thing is anywhere. Every one of the pieces of shit got to die. and day one, there's no way. No, we need to figure out just the whole thing, all of it, and everything's got to go because of. Because if you're like Wild Bill also. I mean, it just there's no. How much did I call the police on this? And I did it appropriately. You really have I don't know the meaning of life in relation to my case based on how incredibly criminal the infrastructure is. Maybe it's just a bad circumstances in your case. Could be, but unfortunately, but that's why I tried to call the police. It was difficult to report things. Our area is a mess or something weird then. Well, that's why it's their jurisdiction. Raleigh is a different jurisdiction of congressmen. I thought you knew. I know stuff, but that's absolutely ridiculous. Really, yeah. That just makes you look weird. But I mean, I'm like yeah. Well, I'm reporting it, and where the hell is anything? Yeah. You got to be kidding me. I reported it absolutely everywhere. The crimes that occurred against me, you have no idea the like absolute horror of what I've lived through. I cannot even imagine like the poor children that they say they've done this to. No, it's very, very the incredible amounts. You've just been like stalking, and you will not stop like bludgeoning and assaulting and like you won't stop just stalking and interacting with children is what you're saying. You're saying you're stalking and interacting with children 24/7 as much as possible, and you're stalking and interacting with me as like 24/7, and like and then okay, so it's pornography with what now? Saw 3. I'm calling the police. There's an inaudible noise. So you could have stopped this at so many different times, and then what the hell is it even? You've got to be kidding me. And then what was bad enough to not stop all this absolute ridiculous stuff going on? Oh, I reported it everywhere, and then who would be maliciously carrying on in relation to it? It's gone on like so long also. Not really. That's Victoria said that. It's just I don't know what the guy that is actually done all this is actually doing all this, which is these men. Okay. But you can't get these men arrested. But supposedly your like sock puppet is well, you did that in the courthouse with the with the entire Wake County and legal system, and also North Carolina legal system, which all did something. Maybe they didn't do anything at all. They did enough, for Christ's sake. I don't understand what the hell. Why wasn't anyone able to get you off probation again? Get you out of the paperwork so that the state is not saying they get to interact with you in relation to a case from, 2010. It's 2021. Okay. But he got some like really vicious predatory guy. He's kept at it the whole time. Also, let's say you just did it in 2021 and then you've done something nonstop for the last 4 years. You're actually insane. And then you're saying because you were able to do that in 2021, it's like immediate crime. And then you're saying it's a long time. Well, you were actually held for a year for not doing what you were told because you were an assailant of a new woman. I don't believe that Ms. Casper did not assault Sarah Whitaker Howard, who was in fact a female police officer. No, I didn't assault Sarah Whitaker Howard. Hey guys, you're not supposed to assault people, but if you assaulted him, I'm not sure. Depends on what Sarah Whitaker Howard was like. The problem is the male or somebody. The evidence is created, and the problem is the person is like knowingly committing a crime. It's very, very strange. Really, yeah, like it really would be like. And there was no reason to assault Sarah Whitaker Howard if she were arresting you. And he made you angry because she was arresting the wrong person, but then she still would be being the belligerent. And then depending on how aware you were of the situation, it just gets weirder. And then whatever you were doing. Or work, like whoever did all that and called all that in, which is whose paperwork it is, needs to be arrested because it's psycho. Well, then everybody got the situation because I emailed it out to a bunch of people and all offices to report to. And then the offices that report to didn't do anything. And then it did this. And then it's done this ever since. Well, that's how bad. No, it was awful. You should be mad at me about it. Well, you're not allowed to try to escape anymore. But yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing. Renting your hooch hole out to his friends. Well, he's going to prison. Okay, so and you could like it even. Somebody in GANG rapist, and then he's gonna like. Well, the next thing it's gonna show is probably neighborhood pornography people he's kidnapped or something. But kidnapping you and then his friends and keeping you as a sex slave. Oh no. Or uh-oh. You can do all that with a Walgreens like pulse massager. Okay. Attached to well, they don't know what it is then. Everybody knows what it is. They're reporting it like every month. Finally going out. So what's going on? Well, I ended up talking about this because the only reason you think this is interesting, it's actually a crime. Maybe. I mean, it's not a television program. There's a crazy man piggybacking off my cell phone that says he's a rapist and actually wants to neighborhood pornography me and his friends can pay him money to watch me and stuff. And I just came from Vegas. He knows those other guys. Well, you were like saying you're interacting with friends you made in like Henderson or something, other people, and they were watching you. They come to your house. There was like active weird stuff going on at like 2 a.m. for some reason again. Are you sure? I'm not sure. I actually have been through a lot, but if I was like slightly more paranoid at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm not that much of a night owl, dude. But I maybe. Oh, he probably just opened the garage door himself. Yeah, somehow with an app. But maybe. Yeah. I actually thought so, and I'm not actually that. But you never know. That one could be confused. Which I thought was extremely strange because I thought the same thing. Like I'm like, this guy is sitting there talking about all the schizophrenic, ridiculous nonsense. Nazi space trolls. I was like organizing things, and he's talking about whatever was going on with the. Someone had sent them videos and not of Nazis, and they were just like the Nazis, and that's what like this guy did. He could be in a jail and he kidnap a lady and rape her and her daughter and blah 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 blah. And this, so then he was sort of narrating World War II dramas or something where people were fighting the Nazis or something, or interacting with Nazis in the town that were like them because their personalities were like them. Because people try to point out there's something wrong with me as far as odd behavior, and because he's schizophrenic or something, but he never says that he's just there completely. Well, the man is obviously completely schizophrenic. Or something, but like schizophrenic, retarded, whatever. It's the man talking to himself. Which I don't want him doing and following me around everywhere. And it was very creepy, so I reported it. Well, nobody would interact with him. Like, he's got this schizophrenic retarded janitor playing with himself, or the actual like perp in this crime, because he'd been stalking me for years at that point again, so when I moved out to Vegas. It's just so creepy. It's Neville and like Hogula and the Beast, and then Otis Soul and Lenny are kind of new. Otis Soul's been here for a while, but I'm not sure. What now? Well, it just went completely crazy. I think it went on a binge or something. Schizophrenic. That's probably where they're funding it. No, that's not good. Goodness. I'll say somebody needs to arrest them. So what's your crackhead doing?
Get these men into custody now. Can't take any more of those. Get these men into custody right now. I'm gonna turn this off for a while. These men need to be in custody, like right now. You need to arrest the men here that are the problem, that are stalking me, and you need to get them into custody right now.